point, it's the posted time of tonight's meeting. I'm going to call the business meeting, or the county commissioner meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order. First item, Madam Chair, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we have a quorum.
Next item is Pledge of Allegiance and Invocation, which tonight will be led by Rerock.
Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Testing. Okay, we got it. Can we remain standing for the prayer? Thank you. In accordance with your word, O God, in 1 Kings 10:8, how happy your people must be, how happy your officials who continually stand before you and hear your wisdom. Shall we bow our heads? In the name of the Most High God, we praise you and thank you for this gathering, Lord, of fellow citizens that love this county, that love this nation. We praise you and thank you for godly leaders, Lord, and we expect that they daily go before you and ask for wisdom on how to make decisions for this county. We thank you for the people that want to be servants in this county. We thank you for all the people that want to speak for righteousness and justice in this county. Thank you, Lord, as you direct our evening, Lord. It will be all to your honor and glory. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a recognition of any elected officials.
Betsy Harnage, Register of Deeds.
Allison Beal, Mayor of Lattimore.
Anyone else? Next item on the agenda is a recognition of our veterans. Johnny?
Veterans, please stand. Start over here.
Aubrey Livesey, United States Coast Guard.
Jacqueline Rockford, National Guard, New York.
Carl Duncan, United States Marine Corps.
Sherry Yoakum, Air Force.
I know we got a couple right in there.
Brad
Stand it.
Root, Army National Guard.
Jason Falls, United States Air Force. David Marshall, U.S. Air Force.
In the back, all the way in the back.
Tim Klein, U.S. Air Force. Harris Putnam, U.S. Army.
Dennis Stacy, United States Air Force.
Scott Hill, Fort Air National Guard. Charles Gershman, United States Navy.
Cindy Bailey, United States Air Force. Marge Hooper, Army Nurse Corps.
Johnny Hutch, U.S. Army. I have the veterans pin. It's the county seal with underneath is this veteran rocker we have. If anyone doesn't have one, would you make your way to the front and I'll present you with one. That's the county seal underneath it. Appreciate your service. Appreciate your service. Appreciate your service.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Well done.
Next, we'll recognize any county department heads.
Carrie Melton, Assistant County Manager.
Josh Davis, Solid Waste. Lucas Jackson, Finance.
Allison Moody, Human Resources.
Clifton Philbank, Board of Elections. Jason Falls, Business Development Director. Phil Farrington, Building Study. Scott Bowman, Maintenance.
Thank you all. Thank you for all that you do. I think I skipped law enforcement. We'll recognize any law enforcement we have present now. Scott Bell, Cleveland County Sheriff's Office.
Yay.
Hoorah.
Jacqueline Harper, Edward Keating.
Philip Todd, Cleveland County Sheriff.
All right.
Andy Montgomery, Cleveland County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you all, too.
Yeah, one more right there.
Carl Duggan, Cleveland County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners, now before you have the proposed agenda for tonight, are there any items that need to be added to the agenda? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, next item on the agenda is special recognition. So tonight, we have a special recognition, a resolution honoring Miss Ruth Wilson. Do we have somebody present? So, we'll come down in just a second. So, I wanted to read this proclamation to you to honor Miss Wilson. Whereas Ruth Barrett Wilson of Kings Mountain was a lifetime public servant to the citizens of Cleveland County, and whereas Miss Wilson served on the Cleveland County Board of Elections for 24 years, beginning in 1985, where she was first appointed and was instrumental in finding precinct officers, assuring proper conduct or conduction of local elections. Her tenure concluded in 2009, and whereas Ms. Wilson was the recipient of the Order of Longleaf Pine presented by Governor Jim Hunt, a longtime volunteer of the Cleveland County Red Cross and a longtime member of the PEO Sisterhood, and whereas Ms. Wilson was a stalemate with the Cleveland County Republican Party, receiving many awards for her dedication and service. The spirit of the Ruth Wilson Award was presented by the Republican Party and given annually. And whereas Ms. Wilson was strong in her faith, enjoyed traveling, camping, and her family was first and foremost in her life. With that, now therefore be it resolved that the Cleveland County Board of Commissioners wishes to honor Ruth Barrett Wilson for her service and dedication to Cleveland County and the citizens she served. Adopted this date, June 6th, June of 2023.
Okay.
Anyone else with you that you want to come up?
Anybody else?
Okay, thank you. I'll try for that forward.
You might want to go the other way.
Yeah,
Just
I was,
move the mic.
yeah.
Yeah. Just move the mic.
You made an awful lot of extra effort to come there.
Yeah, she needs to be.
That's right, because she was a big part of Mom on the board of elections. I worked with Wilson for as long as she was there. Oh, wow, that's wonderful.
Sherry, you want to come up as GOP chair?
Yeah, please, please.
Ruth Wilson touched all of our lives. If you've ever run for office or been active in the party, she was always there to lend a helping hand. We never asked her for anything that she didn't supply for us.
Wow. Okay, ready? 1, 2,
I have some more seats open.
Be sitting.
All right, next item on the agenda is citizen recognition. At this time, I ask the clerk to begin with the statement.
The citizen recognition portion of a Board of Commissioners meeting is an opportunity for persons wishing to appear before the board to do so. Each presentation will be limited to 3 minutes. In the event a group or person supporting or opposing the same position desire to be heard, the board chair may require the group to designate a spokesperson for the group. Speakers may not yield their time to other speakers. Speakers must discuss only items within the jurisdiction of the Board of Commissioners. While speakers are free to discuss county employees and officials, the board requests that speakers be courteous and respectful in their comments. Speakers are prohibited from using profanity, making threats of violence or personal attacks against any person. The board is interested in hearing citizen concerns, yet speakers should not expect comment, action, or deliberation on subject matter brought up during this portion of a meeting. Topics requiring further investigation will be referred to the appropriate county agency.
All right, first one on the list is Janet Wisnett.
Hi, I'm on the Animal Advisory Board for the animal shelter, and we were the committee that put together the ordinances that were presented to you, that most of them were approved of. The last time this board met was in March of 2022, and that meeting was canceled. None of the ordinances that came through have really been implemented, and I spoke with a field person about it, and they were not aware of there were any new ordinances that had been voted in. And I called the animal control, now that we have a new director, to see when these meetings would start back, and I've never received a call. We had a person go there the other day, and she asked him about it, and he was unaware that there was an advisory board. The members are still active, we're ready to go, and every ordinance that we presented to you were basically for the field people, for the animals, and their benefits. And I would like to see our hard work put into action, like what we would hope. We had talked about doing the rabies, where you go to the schools, the rabies clinics. Those were very successful in the past years. And I had a person call me the other day that was needing cat food. And she knew that I did dog rescue, and I said, it's dog rescue, but I said, sometimes we have cat food. I said, did you call animal control? She said she did, and they told her that there was no extra cat food, that they barely had enough to feed the cats that were there. And a couple years ago, they contacted Chewy, which has animal products, and they sent down a transfer trailer full of food. And I don't understand why that's not being done also. I just think it's time that they put the board back in action, and we can improve some of the situations out there. And once I went out there to see they were not taking animals in, I walked in the back, there was 11 kennels empty. There was a guy that came up front, he was wanting to turn his mom's dog in because she was in a rest home, and he didn't want the dog, and they told him they were not taking intake, that they were, as she put it, plumb full. She didn't ask what the dog was, the breed of the dog, did he try to find a foster, could she help him find a foster? She asked nothing about the dog. All she told him was, I'll take your name, and if a kennel comes open, we will call you. Well, the guy looked at her, turned around, walked out. That was it. They can't get animals adopted or taken in if there's not a better system when citizens call. And I would hope that maybe something will be done, that these boards will start meeting. Thank you.
And your address for the record?
1338 Union Church Road.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Marge Hooper.
Good evening. My name is Marge Hooper. I live at 157 Belmar Road, Kings Mountain. I identify as a ticked-off American. I'm appalled that my tax dollars are going to a library that advances the agenda of the LBGQ, WXYZ alphabet people. And when I saw the announcement for the activity that's going on right now, I sent out notices on social media to most of you, and I didn't get a response. So I just want to let you know my thoughts on this. This activity is to normalize and make the gay people acceptable. There's nothing normal about them. When it comes to drag queen shows, and I don't know if that's what's going on right now, but if you take away the wigs, the costumes, the makeup, the music, what do you have? You have pedophiles that are eagerly awaiting to get their hands on the children. If I raise any concerns about this, I am labeled a homophobic. I am far from that. My hairdresser's gay. He's as gay as can be. He does a great job, and I like him. He's a nice guy. But I will not stand idly by and do and say nothing about this. These are my tax dollars. They didn't do this in their homes. They're doing it in the public library, and they used my tax dollars to fund this activity. This is indoctrination, and we are the majority. And I don't care what anybody does behind their own closed doors. I just want them to leave the children alone. Leave them to be innocent. Leave their childhood alone. And we're going to take back our rainbow. We're going to call June Christianity Month. And remember this, that Albert Einstein said it best. Your country will not be destroyed from outside forces. It'll be destroyed from within by people who would never speak up. Remember where Albert Einstein came from? Nazi Germany. I will continue to speak up to protect the children in my country. Thank you.
Next on the list is Cindy Bailey.
Hi, my name is Cindy Bailey. I live at 2546 Shoal Creek Church Road here in Shelby. And bringing my Bible along with me and giving me strength to say what I want to say tonight. First, I'd like to say that I am here to speak on the Gay Pride event at the library tonight. I also contacted a couple of commissioners here, and they never returned my phone call, never let me even acknowledge that they got my text messages. And I will say I'm very upset with that. I hope they will do better the next time. I would appreciate it. So dittos to what Marge Hooper said, we need to make this month, June, Christian month, Jewish month, etc. Whoever, whatever religion believes in the covenant of the rainbow, we need to take back our rainbow. For God did not create the rainbow to be designated to the homosexuality society of the world. He gave it to us as a promise to not rid evil in this world by flood again. Genesis chapter 9, 11 to 16. And who even likes a rainbow anymore? Because now, we, the majority, no longer think of it as something beautiful. We used to look at the sky and see that beautiful thing that would remind us of the promise. Now, we have to think of it as this disgusting thing going on that Marge just described. All that alphabet people. So it makes us think of a disgusting thing, whereas God also said, mankind shall not lie with mankind. Likewise, womankind shall not lie with womankind, for it is an abomination. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22. So let's not forget what the rainbow really means. Let's take back our rainbow and let's make June Christianity Month. Thank you.
Next on the list is Alex Cherry.
My name is Alex. I'm a former employee of Cleveland County Animal Services. I started at the shelter in June 2022, and I resigned 2 days ago. I have been in this line of work for 6 years, but this shelter is by far the worst shelter I have ever worked with. For example, I was working with a woman trying to slowly bring in some of her dogs. She was doing her best, but her dogs kept having puppies, and she could not afford to spay or neuter or care for her dogs anymore. I filled out paperwork to start the owner surrender process and turned it in. I was then told by the shelter that they called her and recommended euthanasia, which she can't afford, instead of allowing her to surrender some of her animals. They are literally telling people to kill their animals instead of offering help. For animals that are abandoned, we are not allowed to bring them in. We are told to feed them until further notice, but are not allowed to take any food from the shelter to feed them. When I have tried to take food to help someone or feed abandoned animals, I was told to put it back and that the food at the shelter was for the dogs at the shelter only. We have to ask permission to bring in sick, injured, or aggressive animals. We are not being allowed to do our jobs. This shelter also does not care about its employees. We are not allowed time off without being responsible for our on-call days. This past October, I was in ICU. I told my supervisor and the director that I was not going to be at work. I was then told I still had to take my on-call or find someone to take it while I was in ICU. I went to HR about this, and the only thing HR did was tell my director and supervisor that I went to them. I resigned because this shelter does not care about the animals. I did not want to be a part of a department that has no morals and refuses to help animals and the citizens of the community. The director has made a statement that the shelter can no longer put that an animal is looking for its forever home because it implies that it's a lifetime commitment. It should be. Cleveland County Animal Services has lost 2 of the most caring employees in the past couple months. I know they see it. I know HR sees it, yet nothing will be done about it. Changes need to be made. New management needs to be put in place. Without change, animals will continue to suffer, and no one at the shelter will care. I worked at CMPD, Animal Care and Control, for 5 years, and none of this would have been acceptable. People would have been terminated, but it's allowed here. Since I resigned, I have not heard from anybody. No one from the shelter, no one from HR, or anyone else. After a year of doing what I love and everything that I could being put into this job, not one person has reached out to me. Cleveland County Animal Shelter needs to be better and do better. Thank you.
Well, this handwriting's difficult sometimes,
I'm
so I
sorry.
think the next one is Mary Ledford.
Hello, my name is Mary Ledford. I was employed with the Cleveland County Animal Services from June 2022 to May 2023. During those 11 months, my coworkers and I experienced our supervisor yelling, screaming, and talking down to us constantly. He'd been pulled from being an officer from all the other previous help had quit and was promoted to a supervisor at the time my coworker and I were hired. He had no previous experience with medical or animal care other than that on the road. Because I had a background in animal medical care, as did my coworker, we were constantly going to him with concerns about sick animals, and his favorite thing to say was, "Let's just keep an eye on them." While I was there, we had an outbreak of a highly contagious upper respiratory virus to dogs, ringworm in cats, where we stopped taking cats for 6 weeks, and a highly contagious gastrointestinal parasite that could also spread to people. We were never notified of this parasite. We were instead told that it was gonorrhea. It wasn't until I happened to find a pamphlet on one of the dog's charts that had come from the vet about Giardia that we knew what it was. When I asked my supervisor about it, he said, "Oh yeah, that's what it was." When I informed him that people could also get it, he shrugged it off. At that time, one of my coworkers had just found out she was pregnant. When going to the former interim director about this concern and some of the problems that we were having, he informed me that medical issues with the animals were none of my business. Upon my first one-on-one meeting with the current director, shortly after he started, he explained to me that there were several people there that needed to be removed from their positions. He even went as far to show me a coworker's job description that was highlighted with all the things that they were not doing or not able to do. He explained he was in the process of getting them removed from that position, but it was a long process. He also advised me of new positions that he was implementing, and he wanted me to apply for them. I found out later from other former coworkers that he did the same thing with them. Routine bite quarantine lasts for 10 days. Dogs who are not reclaimed or returned to their owners after the bite quarantine would sometimes sit in the shelter for weeks for no reason. Unfortunately, a pregnant shelter dog bit our current director. On her 10th day, she was immediately euthanized, even though she was at least 6 weeks or more pregnant. Total gestation for dogs is 9 weeks. Do me a favor and Google what happens to those unborn puppies when their mother is put down. These are just a few of the issues that I and others experience while working in animal services. No matter what it's called or what its name gets changed to, as long as the same kind of people continue to be in charge there, nothing is going to change. I ask each one of you to look more into the shelter and who is in charge and who is running it.
The next is Dina Kristen.
Members of the board, my name is Dina Kristen. My concern is about animal overpopulation. My input extends beyond the animal registration being discussed later tonight. I can hardly go a day without seeing an abandoned dog or unwanted puppies. Having never been exposed to this before moving here, I can't express how disturbing and foreign it is to me. Not all communities are like this, and we can rise above the state animal welfare ranking. Not only should you not repeal the licensing ordinance, I have additional suggestions. First, incentivize sterilization. Most people are not ideologically opposed to altering their pets but find it cost prohibitive. We need more options in Cleveland County. To my knowledge, the only option currently is a transport service. There are funds to assist organizations, but we need assistance for individuals. We need to reduce these costs to zero or offer a financial incentive for sterilization. There are many generous people in the area. Reducing population growth will reduce future animal control costs, as well as societal costs of injury, disease, and community fear. Second, de-incentivize animal exchange. Require a litter permit processing fee to be paid by the seller for any exchange dog or cat. Conducting such a sale without paying the fee would be subject to misdemeanor charge and fine. A critical benefit to these changes is that as time passes, the reduction in accidental breeding will bring more visibility to non-compliant backyard breeders and make it harder for them to hide among the accidental breeders. Lack of free options will also bring more adopters to the rescues. A few other recommendations. Alter animals found running at large before being returned to the owner. Enact tethering time limits per 24-hour time period. Allow permits for unaltered dogs for responsible owners and enforce the fee schedule mentioned in Section 3-82 of the Code. Enforce the rabies vaccination requirements outlined in Section 3-81 of the Code. Registration seems an obvious start for enforcing these. Unless and until the culture changes, sterilization needs to become the norm through regulations. We can achieve this with financial incentives and comprehensive educational programs. It is in the best interest of the animals and the community and will reduce future costs. Please enact and enforce regulations that will incentivize spaying, neutering, and de-incentivize animal exchange. Companion animals are meant to be loved and adequately cared for. Lack of enforcement requiring such care reflects poorly on a community and creates an environment conducive to dogfighting operations. A culture of accepting poor animal treatment also damages the children who will then repeat the cycle. Lack of action equates to complicity in this abuse. Thank you.
And your address for the record?
215 Eagle Cove Drive, Cherryville.
Thank you.
Next we have Maggie Watson.
I am the adoption coordinator for Clifford's. The issue I want to address is that we do not have anybody who can evaluate the dogs at the shelter. We have dogs, rescues are normally foster based. Without the dogs being evaluated, they not have any idea if the dogs are friendly, does it do well with other pets, its fears, its aggressions, its likes, its dislikes. Would you let a pet like this come into your home with your loved ones? I don't think so. Do you think rescues are going to come into this county and take dogs out if they're not evaluated? I don't think so. An example of this is recently a dog was posted, that her puppies had been adopted out and that she was now ready for rescue or for adoption. This was in March. In May, the same dog was still posted. In the 1st of June, the dog was then euthanized because it said it had behavioral problems. How is this possible? The dog's good for adoption 1 month, it's good for adoption the next month it dies because it has behavioral issues. This is not right. Approximately 9 years ago, Commissioner Hardin and Jennifer Colson put together a rescue program together at the shelter. At that time, we had over 200 dogs a month going out under rescue care. 200. We haven't had that many dogs go out in years. The program, after Jennifer Colson left, the program faded away. Commissioner Harden offered to volunteer her time to go back to the shelter and try to put this back in place. She was told no, she was not needed. Now tell me how, when you have a program that brings over 200 dogs a month out of the shelter, is not of use. I don't understand this at all. Also, my other concern is that the new director is now rehiring a vet tech, an adoption coordinator, a volunteer coordinator that had already been here once. They quit, they went to Lincoln County, they have now been hired back. Why are they back? What is it that has changed about the Cleveland County Animal Shelter that they now think it is the place that they need to be working? Was our HR informed of this? Was this investigated to see if we really wanted these people back in place when they were not happy here the first time? We've lost good officers because I think of some of the things that are going on there now. Do we have the right people in the right place? I question this with Human Resources, and I question you as a committee. In the last 13 years, nothing has changed. We have given, the only thing that has changed in the 13 years of this shelter where I have been volunteering and doing work is that we are no longer have a gas chamber, and we are now heart-sticking dogs to euthanize them. That's the only change, guys. 13 years, that's what we've accomplished.
And your address for the record?
127 Carroll Drive, Cherryville.
Thank you.
Next is Guy Smith.
Good evening. My name is Guy Smith. I live at 2207 Taylor Road in Shelby. And I'm normally a very happy resident of Cleveland County. But I'm here this evening because I'm disgusted that our county is using our taxpayer dollars to promote debauchery and unnatural sex acts against God. But first, I want to thank God for the thousands of Allied forces who 79 years ago today commenced the greatest amphibious invasion in the history of modern warfare, the D-Day invasion, which saved the world. Now, back to the point at hand. In Cleveland County, where on May the 8th, 2012, more than 80% of the voters voted in favor of making same-sex marriage illegal in the state of North Carolina. Residents' tax dollars are being used to promote homosexual and transsexual behavior in our public library to our children. What the heck is going on? In a state where the total LGBTQRSW population is less than 4% of the state, much of which is concentrated in urban centers, the number for Cleveland County is estimated to be between less than 1% and 2%. And we're now celebrating this perverted lifestyle in a public space. I spoke with a member of the commission that told me the only choice that you would have would be to defund the library and shut it down. Well, I'm sorry, but if this is what we're going to use our library for, I vote to shut it down. With those who wish to practice this lifestyle in their own private lives, I could care less. But when my county government chooses to use tax dollars to promote to our children, you've gone too far. Thank you.
Next is David Marshall.
So, a little bit nervous, I apologize, it's the first time speaking here. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for the pin. Apologize. A little confused, and I you know, the the idea of taking June and making it, that the Christian month, I think it should be 24/7, 365. I mean, that's what usually, but the contradiction back and forth, again, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I also want to thank you for the many festivals that happen here, the diverse things that happen that represent the many different people in Cleveland County that makes this a welcoming place to live. It's concerning that before even one person attended this event, the Crafting in Color, a crisis was fabricated, and the library staff was the target of hateful messages. I want to express my support and appreciation for the library staff who were just holding a simple arts and crafts event. It's likely safe to say that of the majority of human history, there have been few times when someone yelling or arguing with someone or criticizing them has resulted in another person changing their mind. I am not here to do either argue or change someone's mind. If someone questioned your right to live, how would you react? What is a fair reaction when people come at you with hate just for existing? At what point in our society did we transition from civilized debate to vilifying someone who you do not agree with? How much opposition would you take before standing up and saying enough of the lies, the hate, the persecution? You cannot claim to be a Christian and forget one of the main commandments, love your neighbor. You cannot cherry pick parts of Leviticus and omit the parts where it's an abomination to wear mixed fabrics or eat at Bridges Barbecue. The Lord must be exhausted with all the people who spew hate in his name. I know as a veteran, I'm exhausted for people using the word patriot and throwing it around, saying they're speaking on my behalf. You do not speak on my behalf. I grew up with two straight, white, evangelical Christian parents who raised me. I was in the church every time it was open. At 28, after serving honorably in the military, I came out as a gay man. I served my country. I used the GI Bill for college. I bought my first home with the VA loan. So I ask you, what remains after you pull away the veil of hollow lies and manufactured fear that are proven baseless? I can tell you this much. I don't have to ask your permission to live here. My ancestors fought in the Battle of Kings Mountain, helped settle land around the Green River west of here in the 1800s. I want to read a verse from Corinthians 12:26, which reads, "If one member suffers, all suffer. If one member is honored, all rejoice together. We are all one in the body of Christ and made in his image." Just like everyone else here trying to help out fellow citizens and make my way as an imperfect person. I'm grateful to call Cleveland County home and appreciate seeing events that reflect diversity of our great nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your address for the record?
Is there a Miss Beaver here?
Name and address, please.
It's Kaylin Beaver, and it's 361 Grace Street.
Thank you.
Today, I stand before you with an urgent message demanding accountability, transparency, and administrative competency within our Animal Services Department. Our community's animals are in dire need of our support, and it is high time we address the issues that have been swept under the rug for far too long. We must recognize the benefits that transparency brings to the table. When we have access to accurate and timely information, we can identify problem areas, evaluate performance, and take corrective measures. The Animal Services Department has been facing a significant decline in the community's confidence due to various concerns and incidents. These issues have prompted us to demand operational transparency from the department. One of the key areas of concern is the lack of visibility into call counts, fine assessment, and citation counts, and other essential metrics. Without access to this information, we are all left in the dark about the department's effectiveness and responsiveness. By demanding operational transparency, the aim is to hold animal services accountable and ensure that they are fulfilling their duties effectively. Transparency will not only rebuild trust, but also foster a stronger relationship between the department and the community, leading to better outcomes for animal welfare and safety. This empowers our community to actively participate in shaping the policies and decisions that impact the lives of our beloved pets. It is disheartening to note that the North Carolina Administrative Code, subchapter 52J, section .0100, outlining the essential data to be recorded about each animal, is being blatantly disregarded. This code sets clear expectations for the department's administrative competency, including a 48-hour window for recording crucial information. Yet time and time again, we witness the failure to adhere to these basic requirements. Turning your back on the administrative code you have sworn to uphold is unacceptable and must be rectified immediately. Furthermore, the cessation of monthly intake, adoption, and destruction reports is a bitter disappointment. These reports were not simply pieces of paper. They were a means for us to assess the department's performance, identify gaps, and maintain accountability. By curtailing or withholding these reports, our Animal Services Department is perpetuating a culture of secrecy and evading scrutiny. This cannot continue. Let us also not forget the monthly advisory board meetings that have inexplicably come to a halt. These meetings provided a platform of collaboration and collaborative wisdom. They allowed community members, experts, and rescue organizations to come together and discuss challenges and offer guidance. By discontinuing these meetings, we are silencing the voices of those who care deeply about the welfare of our animals. We cannot stand idly by while Animal Services fails to meet basic administrative requirements. We cannot accept the obfuscation of information that is vital for our community's involvement and oversight. We must demand better. We must demand transparency, accountability, and the reinstatement of both full monthly intake, adoption, and destruction reports, as well as the advisory board meetings. We must also demand a commitment to increased operational transparency. Only by knowing the facts can we truly face them and strive for a better future for our Cleveland County animals. Thank you.
Next is B.J. Zamora.
And your address?
Yes, 504 Country Club Acres, Shelby. Good evening, gentlemen and Deb. My name is Dr. B.J. Zamora, and I am here to speak as a voter, a homeowner, a taxpayer, and a pet owner of 2 microchipped and vaccinated rescue dogs. I wish to first thank all of those responsible for the animal control ordinances that are now in place, especially Article 2 enforcement, appeals, and prohibited or restricted acts. These are serious and important elements of a successful and coordinated animal services in Cleveland County. First, I would like to know how Section 3-26C is being enforced, because it clearly states, and I quote, "Any person who violates any provision of this chapter may be fined a civil penalty of $100. Payment of such penalties shall be made within 10 days, end of quote. As a retired English teacher, I'm curious about the use of may, which is traditionally assumed to give permission, but is not seen as a command. Shall, on the other hand, is clearly a command. What then are the rules concerning who may be fined for any violation to any provision within this entire animal control chapter in Cleveland County ordinances? Second, the authority to approve, issue, and receive any of the fines listed in the animal control chapter and its articles is clearly designated to the Animal Services Director. Is he aware of these powers, and is he exerting them under the authority provided by this commission? If the stated fines for multiple clearly enunciated offenses are not being collected and recording, why not? Surely the commission should see these fines as serving 2 valuable services to our county. First, fines serve to remind people that they are committing offenses, just like speeding fines serve to encourage people to obey speed limits. Second, those fines can provide the county with funds to improve the lives of endangered animals by the hiring of more and better trained animal control officers and kennel workers. However, in answer to the problem of animal owners who are unable to pay fines for recorded and clear violations, particularly to those who seriously want to improve we could offer perhaps some county community service, working in the kennels, helping to walk the dogs, learning to clean the kennels, and by there, hoping to learn proper animal care. I thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I eagerly await your answers to my questions.
Next on the list is Ginger Bullock.
Hello, my name is Ginger Bullock, and I am a tax-paying citizen of Cleveland County, and I vote in every election. I don't vote by party, I vote for the person who puts the interest of the citizens and all God's creatures first, puts our interest first. We need leaders who are willing to make changes for the long-term good, even if it causes a little pain in the beginning. We need leaders that have empathy and can look at facts and evidence, interpret that information, and make clear, concise decisions. Once that decision is made, you should be able to explain to the people why you made that decision. I am here tonight for one reason, to represent those with no voice, the animals of Cleveland County, specifically, but not limited to, the dogs and the cats in this county. We have some real problems at Cleveland County Animal Services. The dog and cat population is out of control. No county spay and neuter program is being promoted. Maybe that's because you haven't had a vet on staff since you left months ago, although the taxpayers have been paying for one. I know the same vet that left, Dr. Erica, has been rehired. So maybe the dogs and cats will finally get the proper vetting they deserve. Starving mamas abound, litters dumped in fields, on the roadside, in people's yards, and worse. Thank God for the rescues and the good Samaritans here, but we can't take them all. We need help. Strays are loose everywhere. No dog intake at Cleveland County Animal Services since February 22nd, 2023. Owner surrenders are being turned away. Their name will be put on a list if a spot opens up. Now, what do you think happens to most animals that are no longer wanted? If the person is desperate enough to bring them to surrender, do you think that they will just keep them and wait for their number to be called? I seriously doubt it. And the list goes on. Certainly, all animal problems in this county don't happen at the shelter. A lot of it comes from ordinances that clearly are not enforced. That falls back on you. Why go to the expense of writing the ordinances if you don't intend to enforce them? Give the people the power to enforce them. If you say it's because you don't have monetary resources, we will show you how to fix that problem later in the meeting. You had the ordinance written, you just forgot to put the fees in the document. Pet licensure will bring in plenty of money and help resolve many of these issues. If the right people are in place, and you are losing good people every day, please consider what we're saying. Thank you very much.
Ms. Bullock, what's your address? Your address for the record?
119 Laurel Ridge Drive, Cherryville.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Alton Beal.
My name is Allison Beal, and I come to you as a resident of Cleveland County since 1992. And the reason I'm here this evening is to express my concern for the promotion of Pride Month at the Cleveland County Library. Last year was the first year that I became aware of it, and there's no doubt that this celebration is controversial, and it has a right to be questioned. In February of this year, I talked with the director of the library to make him aware of a book in the LGBTQ genre called Let's Talk About It by Erica Moen and Matthew Nolan that promoted sexting and other risky behavior among minors. Let me repeat, among minors. Some of the most vulnerable people in our society. Minors who depend upon adults for guidance, direction, and protection. Minors who have been adversely affected in this Cleveland County school system by some of the very same behaviors that are listed in this book. This book is filled with pornographic images and promotes pornography as a wholesome thing. And if you'd like, I'd be glad to provide quotes. Children who are the victims of pornography are more often abused by people who are addicted to it. It promotes children searching for sexually illicit material on the internet to explore sexuality, minors. The book also promotes the concept of sexting among minors. Cleveland County has had occasional cases where children in the school system have sent nude pictures to other minors only to have their pictures distributed to hundreds and their lives ruined. Mr. Adams, the library director, informed me that the book would be removed from circulation while it was under review. And I indicated my thankfulness to him and contacted him 2 months later to see what the review determined. And now it's the beginning of June. No decision has been made. I'm told that it continues to be under administrative review. The issues of gender identity and gender transition that are recognized and promoted during Pride Month are also very controversial. There is a limited amount of scientific study on the subjects, and many people who have transitioned have expressed their regrets in having the related procedures only to have their stories suppressed by the mainstream media. It's irresponsible for the library to promote materials, especially to children, that espouse these procedures when scientific data is either limited or contradictory to these practices. In recent days, we've seen the brands of Bud Light and Target take a significant financial hit because of their promotion of the LGBT community. Perhaps the library budget could take one too. With a shrinking budget for county schools, the school system and its workers would welcome additional funding. I feel like I've gone through the right channels to express my concerns. And if the commissioners will help me to know who to contact next, I will encourage my friends and my brothers and sisters in the faith community to join me.
I'm sorry?
104-1 North Lee Street.
Thank you.
Next is Joanne Hampton.
My name is Joanne Hampton. I'm a member of Shelby Pride. My pronouns are she, her, and I identify as bisexual. I'm also here as the chancellor of the North Carolina Piedmont Church of Wicca. I would like to remind everyone that Christianity is not the only religion here. This country was not founded on Christian faith. It was founded on religious freedom. The library promoting pride is promoting inclusiveness, which is what America needs. We are supposed to be inclusive. This country is supposed to be for everyone, not just straight white people. That's all I have.
Next is it Katrina Somerville?
Good evening. My name is Katrina Somerville. I live at 1217 South Lafayette Street in Shelby. I'm here tonight to talk about my experience with animal control. Last year, I had found a filthy and visibly starving dog on the busy road outside of my home, and she was nearly hit twice. She was very friendly, but very scared, so I took her in my yard and leashed her before looking for any signs of her having a home. She had clearly been without care for an extended period of time, and she didn't have any tags on her ragged and tattered collar. I called animal control before getting her cleaned up and fed. When animal control arrived, they appeared noticeably annoyed with the action that I had taken and suggested that I should have left her be and she would have found her way home somehow, despite her inability to have done so thus far. He didn't suggest any alternatives or mention any other resources that may have been better suited to the situation. After living here for 3 years, I've seen an alarming number of stray dogs. A number of these dogs I see with such frequency that I'm able to recognize them, cats as well. I'm appalled to hear that the inaction is the only correct action, especially when that message was coming directly from animal control themselves. Thank you.
Can't read his last name. Renee. Renee, is it Renee Bumgaard by chance? Oh,
Yeah,
Bumbaugh,
that's it.
okay. Sorry about that. Might have to get Phyllis to print next time.
I'm sorry.
Somebody leave their phone.
That's mine right there, so I realized I left it. No, thank you, ma'am.
I live at 864 West Warren, and my name is Renee Bumbaugh. I only learned of this meeting about an hour before it was starting to take place. I said to myself, well, do I need to sign up to speak at this thing? And I thought, okay, when the lady asked me, I'll sign up, because you never know what you might want to say on these two issues. And what I would like to say on these two issues is the library and animal control. And our issue with the library right now is who gets to use the library and how do we promote people in this country and or even give room to and access to people. And to go back to what one of the other people said, this country was not founded on religion, although I am both a Catholic and a Methodist. It was founded for freedoms, freedoms of which many in this room espouse a great love for, if it applies to them, if it applies to what they hope will happen, what they hope will be honored for them. I'm speaking to you as a straight white woman who has fewer gay friends than my husband, and who, when I married him, theater guy that he was, didn't really realize that he was okay with the gay community. He learned it wasn't really a choice. It's the way we're born. Let me ask each one of you, what day did you wake up and look in the mirror? What day did you wake up and look in the mirror and say, I think I'll be straight? You probably didn't, because we are born who we are, and we need to respect everyone, just as we need to respect these animals who I'm stunned to have heard the things I've heard. And this is from a woman who has rescued her third rescue kitty within the last 3 months. Now, what can we take from this? What we could take from this is two things. This great quote: every time you walk through the doors of a library, you walk through the portals of freedom. And that's because any of us, although some of you would prefer it to be otherwise, can walk into a library and hopefully check out a book on almost any subject so that we can learn and expand our minds and learn to embrace or not embrace other cultures and other peoples. But it is the right that we all have in this free country to embrace and choose to embrace what we wish. But we cannot take other people's rights away. And the last thing I would say is, the greatest commandment is to love one another. Thank you, gentlemen.
Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. At this time, we'll recognize the manager, Mr. Todd Carpenter, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a number of items on the consent agenda tonight. The first item is the approval for the May 16th, 2023 regular commissions meeting, the approval of those minutes. The second item is a Finance Department budget transfer summary as required by North Carolina General Statute 159-15, all internal transfers will be submitted to the board. These transfers are for the period of May 8th, 2023 through May 26th of 23. Register of Deeds has a budget amendment. On the consent, the budget allocation is for $4,721 in automation funds to cover FY23 preservation work on marriage certificates. Oh, I'm sorry. The Health Department has a budget amendment. On the consent, this budget allocation is for $225,339 in rebates to cover prescription drug costs. The Finance Department is presenting to the board tonight the 23 audit contract. This is with Thompson, Price, Scott, Adams and Company for the 2023 fiscal year audit. The Planning Department, case 23-14, is a request to set a public hearing for Tuesday, July 11th, 2023, for a request to rezone parcels at 392 Prior Street from restricted residential to residential. The Planning Department case 2315, a request to set a public hearing for Tuesday, July 11th, 2023, for a request to rezone parcels at 410 Davis Road from residential to neighborhood business conditional use for a recreational vehicle park expansion. Planning Department request to set a public hearing for Tuesday, July 11th, 2023, for a request to abandon a portion of the public right-of-way on Haywood Road. The North Carolina Department of Transportation has been notified of the request and given its consent to move the request forward at the public hearing. Legal Department has an item on consent for the sale of county-owned property, parcel 7924. This is Campbell Circle. It's county-owned property that was advertised following the offer on this property for an upset bid pursuant to statute. The final bid and offer are now before the board to decide whether to approve the sale of the parcel. The 2023 tax value is $160. The City of Kings Mountain was the highest bidder, offering $630. Staff is requesting approval of the offer made and authorizing county staff to prepare a deed to sell this parcel to the City of Kings Mountain. The last item on the consent is the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council 23-24 annual funding budget. Annually, the JCPC comes to the Board of Commissioners with their funding plan and to seek their approval on the annual list of priorities. The recommendations for the 2022-23 funding are included in the Commissioner's packet. That concludes the consent agenda.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, you have been presented the consent agenda. Are there any discussion?
I have one question. Would you explain from the legal sale of the property to Kings Mountain that it is a deadlocked piece of property, and it's a small piece of property, and we just need to, okay, on the legal department, on the sale of the property, explain that it is a deadlocked piece of property, and the sale of it is a very small piece of property. That's why we need to get it out of our names, because we're having to keep the grass cut, taking care of it. It costs us more to take care of it than it's actually worth. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Any other questions? So if there's no other questions, I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Go ahead.
So who was that?
Go ahead, Doug.
So moved.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. Motion carries unanimous. Next item on the agenda is public hearings. Well, I think you have several of these. Madam Clerk, will you read our statement?
Yes, sir. After a public hearing has been opened, persons wishing to speak for or against the proposition will be asked to come forward and first state his or her name and address. All comments from the public are to be directed to the Board of Commissioners. There should be no comments made to other members of the audience. If a speaker has a question, that question is to be directed to the chair. No one will be allowed to speak at the hearing more than once unless the chair recognizes the speaker a second time for rebuttal of information brought forth after another speaker has spoken. The original presentation of any speaker will be limited to no more than 5 minutes. The rebuttal presentation of any speaker will be limited to no more than 3 minutes.
First public hearing is planning case 23-10. This is a request to amend the Cleveland County UDO or Unified Development Ordinance definitions and table of uses to allow microbreweries as a permitted use in the rural agricultural zoning district. This time I recognize Mr. Henry Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, the first case we have tonight is, as you stated, case 2310. It is a text amendment. Philip and Jillian Heidi are requesting to amend the Cleveland County Development Ordinance, specifically sections 1221, definitions, and section 12124, the table of uses, so that microbreweries can be a permitted use in the rural agriculture zoning district. What I have for you up on the screen first is, this is what the applicant has proposed. You can see first off, we have section 12124, which is the table of uses. Currently, breweries exist inside that top line that says beverage and tobacco products. Because if you think about when most of our development ordinance was written, around 20 to 25 years ago, when you thought of a brewery, you're thinking of something large scale like a Coors or an Anheuser-Busch, something large and industrial. And so that was added to the heavy industrial section. And over time, certain uses have been pulled out of that and given their own line to be in certain other districts, like we have winery and distillery. And so what the proposal is to add microbreweries also into the rural agriculture zoning district. And the applicants have also presented a definition, which you can see below, and you have in your packet as well. And the definition they propose is a microbrewery, a craft brewery, primarily engaged in the production of less than 15,000 barrels of craft beer per year. Staff has reviewed this case, as we do with all cases, and staff agrees with the applicant that adding microbreweries to the rural agriculture zoning district is a good use. And we feel that it is compatible with similar uses that are allowed in the rural agriculture district, like we just showed you on that table, the wineries and distilleries. And also that rural agriculture is a mixed-use district. There are, of course, residential uses allowed, but there are certain commercial uses that are allowed there as well. Staff also has some suggestions about the definition that is proposed by the applicant. Staff felt that the word craft should be removed from the definition because craft beer tends to describe more of a type of beer that's made, not necessarily a size of brewery. And this definition has more to do with the size of the brewery itself. And staff also felt that there should be reference to food and beverage sales on site because oftentimes these smaller breweries have a tap room or a little tasting room there as well. And so the definition that staff proposed is very similar to the ones the applicant stated, but we have proposed a brewery primarily engaged in the production of less than 15,000 barrels of beer per year, just removing the word craft. And then adding this establishment may also include on-site beverage and food services. The planning board heard this case last week, and they agreed with staff's definition. And so the planning board voted unanimously two things: to add microbreweries as a use in the table of uses in the rural agriculture zoning district, and also to approve the definition with the amendments that staff proposed. And so at this time, Mr. Chair, you'll hold a public hearing, and then, of course, the board has the option to approve as presented by the applicant, approve with modifications, or to deny. And at that, I'll certainly answer any questions that the board has.
So, members of the board, do you have any questions of Henry before we open the
Went
public
back
hearing?
to the first slide where you had the different areas, right there. Okay, you got, what the winery in AR, in LI, in HI. Why wouldn't you have the microbrewery in the same districts as the winery, all three except.
Sure. That's a great question. The reason that this has it set up this way is this is what the applicant asked for. And so we didn't add in.
You redone the application and the definition of microbrewery.
Oh, sure. Well,
If we're gonna do it, why
So
don't we do it
you
to make
can
it,
amend
you know?
that. You can amend that if you want.
And sure, if the board feels that that would be a good idea to have in the light industrial, that is something the board can add to that definition in that table of uses, of course.
I feel like it'd be a good idea to put it in LI because the way you were talking, some of the bigger breweries would wind up in heavy industrial. So this is not nowhere near as large, so they probably shouldn't be in heavy industrial as much as they would be in light.
That makes a lot of sense.
Are there any other questions? All right, hearing none, Henry, we might have something later, so.
Yes, sir.
So at this time, we'll open the public hearing. First of all, anyone wishing to speak for or against planning case 23-10, this is a request to amend the Cleveland County Unified Development Ordinance definitions and table of uses to allow microbrewers as permitted use in rural agricultural district. Please come forward and state your name and address.
Jacqueline Rockford, Jacqueline Rockford, 110 Muirfield Road. I'm sorry, I'm not a good speaker. Okay, I moved here from New York for less traffic, slower paced life. 15,000 barrels is not small. The people that approved this, do they live down the block? Do they live across the street? Stony Point is such a small road that we came here for a small life living. We're going to bring in the traffic, we're going to bring in the cars, we're going to bring in the drinking, we're going to bring in the accidents. It's a small, winding road. There's tons of land closer to businesses on 85. There's tons. Why do they want to go in the middle of a residential area? I mean, it's literally all residential. We have two little stores, mini marts. That's it. I don't understand why they're doing smack right in the middle. I don't know if you've ever been on Stony Point. It's a small road. To put more traffic, drinking, driving, they can say all they want with the food. It's just, we're just cramming more and more and more into this little town, and it's just getting overwhelming. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to speak for or against this planning case 23-10?
My name is Wayne Smiley. I used to own the property that we're speaking about. Farm. And we sold it to be a farm to a young couple. After we sold it, we looked for a house to move into. During the COVID mess, we couldn't find anything. So we decided we would get us a double-wide mobile home and put across the road from the farm on some property that we owned there. And unbeknownst to us, we went to get a permit, and Mr. Earl says, you can't put a double-wide mobile home over there. You can only put a stick-built home or a modular. Modular is a manufactured home that they pick up off a trailer instead of on the foundation. Same thing. Now, property was, the whole area at some time was rezoned to restricted residential. We didn't know anything about that. Now, we've got this property, and we had to get permits or get approved to get and pay to get the rezone for us to put a double wide in there. But we did do that. And now the property across the road that we sold, the farm, they say they want to make a microbrewery with, and not have more than 15,000 barrels of beer a year. A 300-day working year, that's 50 barrels a day. That's a good amount of beer. We know nothing about what's to be done with this beer. Are they going to sell it on premises, drink it on premises? Stony Point Road, as the lady just stated, is a very busy road for a country road. For a year after we sold the farm, we stayed in our motorhome. Part of the time we had it parked on the parcel across the road from the farm. From 2 o'clock in the morning, thereabouts, to 4 o'clock in the morning, traffic's not very heavy. But from 4 o'clock back to 2 o'clock, it's hard to sleep in a motorhome because of the traffic. Now, adding tractor trailer trucks to haul the stuff for this brewery, that I don't really understand how that all of a sudden, I thought Cleveland County was dry. You had to go into the cities, towns, where they had voted in to have sell and consume alcoholic beverages. Now I find out that in the county, supposedly, anybody can go in and set up and start selling beer and wine to the public to drink, sitting at the bar or at a table. And I don't know when that come about. I thought the citizens got to vote on that. I didn't know a few people sitting behind a desk was deciding what could be done in the county on anything that come up. So not knowing what this is going to be, I don't really think I would like to have the traffic, the possibility of people drinking beer. Beer is not sipping wine. People don't sit down and sip a beer. They'll open one and guzzle it just as fast as they can. I've seen it many times. And then want another one. Many times till they can't walk, let alone drive. And I don't think this is the right place for something like that. And I don't think there's many people in our community that would want that. This is a residential community. It's not a commercial, it's not a city or a town. It's just a residential community, and I would like to see it stay that way. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak for or against? So let me clean something up before. So what we're talking about now, the question before the commission now is amending the text, not the rezoning. The rezoning application is next. So this is simply talking about the proposal to change the definition. So if you want to speak about the zoning piece, that's the next part of the agenda. So who else would like to speak for or against case 23-10, which is the request to change, to amend the Cleveland County Unified Development Ordinance definition and table of uses to allow microbrewers as a permitted use in the rural agricultural district? Anybody else? Would anybody else like to speak for or against this change? This would only allow, Henry, you can come back up and answer that question. So this will only allow, this would allow them, a microbrewery to be placed in a rural agricultural district, which is 3 acres parcel, right? Has to be at least 3 acres. based on the definition that you see there, which would be the 15,000 or less per year. Okay. I just want to make sure everybody understood, there's two things before the board, and
Name and address.
Yes, Cindy Bailey, 2546 Shoal Creek Church Road. And I'm not quite sure if what I'm going to say has anything to do with this, but I think it does.
okay.
So a couple of weeks ago, I saw there was this big opening. You guys had ribbon cutting and everything for this Shell building. Shell building number 4. Now, I was kind of curious, what is a Shell building? And now you've got 4 of them. So why are you guys thinking about putting this microbrewery and them building a whole new facility out on Stony Point Road that's all residential when we already have 4 buildings, if I'm correct, and it's waiting for businesses to go into it? Am I right?
No, you're not right.
I'm not right. Okay. Thank you for telling me that. But so let's go move on back that just a little bit. Is there not someplace else that's not rural that, like this gentleman was talking about, and we've got so many other places in Shelby that are empty, big buildings that are empty that this business can go into, rather than creating chaos and anxiety in all the people on Stony Point Road? And thank you for letting me speak.
So three of the Shell buildings have already been sold and occupied by some type of industry. The one is a Shell building, which means it's ready for somebody to move into.
Right.
And it will be sold,
Right, oh.
eventually sold.
Okay, so I was right about what a Shell building was, but you have businesses going into them already, is what you're saying. Okay, so, okay, well, I think we ought to think about putting them in these other buildings we have around Shelby in the city for this microbrewery. Thank you.
Anyone else liking to speak for or against the request to amend the table?
Palace Walker, 944 Stony Point Road. To eliminate a lot of headaches down the road for other rural areas of the county, I would like to be against this. 15,000 barrels of beer, that's a lot of beer. Later on, I'll speak when we get to the next agenda. That's a lot of beer to be produced in a rural section. So not only for this particular thing, in future rural areas, I'd voice my opinion to be against.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Ed Kirkendall, 943 Stony Point Road. I'm also against changing this to include microbreweries, just same reason. Down the road, there'll be other small rural areas that are facing the same problems that we're having, and I'll speak again whenever you bring up the next issue. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, you were standing.
I'm Allison Still.
Ma'am, hold on just a second. Name and address.
Allison Still, 1731 Pinedale Road, which is rural. And I didn't know anything about this until just, a few minutes ago. But we live in a rural area because we want to live in a rural area. We want to be away from industry. This is industry to me. Traffic obviously would increase. We're out in the county because we want to get away from that. There are industrial areas that surely could handle this, and in my opinion, that's where those kinds of things need to go, and the rural areas need to be left to those of us who want to live quietly out in the county and get away from the traffic and the hubbub of chaotic industry. There already been a few threats to our address that's really put us on edge because we don't choose to live. Not that there's anything wrong with living in town. Okay, don't misunderstand that. This is just our choice. And obviously, rural areas have fewer people to speak for those areas than city residents because of the concentration of residents. But I would think that what would make the most sense for this would be, since it is this kind of business, which would be trucking back and forth, in and out, quite an increase in traffic, that we are trying to get away from as rural residents, that there would be a better solution than to open up our rural areas to this kind of thing. So, that's it. Thank you.
Let's let everybody go first. Mr. Smiley.
You want my name and address again? It is Kaylin Beaver, and it is at 361 Grace Street.
Thank you.
No worries. So I hesitate to call myself a farmer, because honestly, we're only on half an acre. But we have chickens and geese. We have, probably a good 24 fruit trees at this point. We grow a lot of stuff. And part of the reason why I work a regular job is because growing a lot of stuff, especially if you don't have like hundreds of thousands of dollars with combine harvesters and tractors and all that good stuff, you can't make money growing things. Despite really liking to grow things, nobody's paying my mortgage with the fruit we produce. I think that it's really reasonable to put microbreweries in this classification, especially when you're talking about 3 acres and only 15,000 barrels. And I know 15,000 sounds like a really big number, but the footprint of Newgrass, way less than 3 acres, way less than 1 acre, way less than a quarter acre. I'd be like putting a house on 3 acres. Like, you don't need a huge footprint to create 15,000 barrels of beer. You can have a small footprint, lots of space around it, and it would give people in rural communities the opportunity to grow hops. As a nerd for vines, I like growing hops, and it'd be really neat to see more opportunities in our rural areas to create goods from the things that people grow and get more money into those rural communities and to the people who just want to grow stuff.
Well, who knew? Renee Bumbaugh, 864 West Warren. My husband and I love to go to the breweries and the wineries, so I was sitting here and really conflicted about this. But I have to tend to agree with the folks that live in the rural community. I know in the places, I'm from Houston, so we go to Houston, we go to Charlotte, we go to other places, West Jefferson. All of those breweries are now I'm speaking breweries, not wineries, are in the town, in the city, and a lot of them are in industrial areas because they kind of lend themselves to that. And you can have a big open area outside and have your lights and your tables, and people can play whatever that game is where you throw the whatevers. Anyway, so that is a more boisterous kind of a thing than people going out to Baker Buffalo and sitting around and having wine and music. There is a different feel to it. But the real issue that I would have if I were some of these rural folks, and I was when I first moved here, is the fact that you are going to have an increase in traffic, and there's no getting around the fact that there will be an increase in the possibility of dangerous traffic. Because even though people who go to breweries don't tend to guzzle beer, if you got a group of 20-year-old guys that have come out to have a good evening, for a bachelor party or something, there is a greater likelihood that there could be wrecks and things. So, that's a difficult issue. What can I say?
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against before I allow Mr. Smiley's rebuttal?
Commissioners, I'm Scott Hill. I live at 127 Harbortown Drive, Kings Mountain, which is about a half a mile away from this proposed site. I'd like to express opposition to it because this type of facility, I understand they're to build a 10,000 square foot beer hall in addition to the microbrewery. And this type of facility is completely out of character and detrimental to the community as it is now. And I feel that Stony Point Road is not a good road to bear the excess traffic. I've lived there 43 years, and the traffic in that time has increased by at least a factor of 10, probably much more. So I would ask that you consider rejecting this request for variance. Thank you.
wait, hold on, I'm sorry, hold on just a second.
Wayne Smiley, 955 Stony Point Road. Back to the point that I strayed off of earlier, what we're here about on this issue is where I started with this when we sold the farm. It was restricted residential. We didn't know it at the time, but it was. And when we tried to get it changed over so we could get a zoning so we could put our double wide in, we had to go through the process and come up here and speak about it. And the planning board even had somebody that spoke against us getting it zoned residential so we could put it in there. Now, the planning board is all for putting in a changing this zoning to put in a microbrewery. We were at the meeting last week, and they were, it was like they were overjoyed as quick as their hands went up to vote yes for this. And another thing I don't understand, they spoke against me in front of the commissioners meeting, not wanting me to, opposing me putting in my double wide, but now they're all for putting in a brewery or changing the zoning to put in a brewery that supposes is a 10,000 square foot building and about 150 spot parking lot. And I don't understand why this zoning should be, I don't think it should be rezoned for this. Thank you.
Carl Duncan, 104 Pillsbury Drive. I'm sitting here listening to this. I don't have a dog in this fight because I live in Earl, so it doesn't bother me one way or the other. But I support all the residents out there that live in a rural area. And the one question I asked is, why does a microbrewery want to pick this particular area to put a brewery? To ruin a community that people have lived in for years. I mean, most breweries that I know of are incorporated close to the city where people have walking distance, close to restaurants and everything. Plenty of other places it can go other than a rural area. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak for or against this case? If not, we're going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. Henry, could you come back up? I think we have some questions. All right, yes, sir.
I have some. Yeah.
Who wants to start?
Okay, I can. So just to be clear, we are only talking about the text amendment. We're not talking about what location or anything or a specific thing. We're talking about the text amendment that it could be put in rural agriculture with this, which is a 3-acre area, correct?
That is correct, and I would advise the board to, to definitely hold on to that because, you are not looking at a certain area for this. This would apply to anywhere in the county that would fall under one of those zoning districts. So this is countywide.
Okay. Now, my next question is, while I see that, this particular text amendment is about rural agriculture, I do question, have we looked at this enough? Because why would it also not be in a general business? We have 2 places, but it would fall in light industrial. I don't see why it wouldn't fall in general business and possibly neighborhood business if it was enough room. So my question would be, have we looked at this enough to know where it should be, and instead of just, okay, we're going to say it's okay in rural agriculture, and then somebody's going to come back and want to say, well, can I put it here or can I put it here? Do we need to look at this more in depth is, I guess, my question.
Well, and that's a great question. When we were working with the applicants, they noticed our table of uses, and they're the ones that brought it to us and said, because of the fact that wineries and distilleries are allowed in this district, yes, they felt it was such a similar use that is why they asked for it to be there.
And then I guess my other question, and I don't know that this would be an issue, but then are we gonna turn around and kind of be, not any specific area, I'm talking in general here. You know, so I have 3 acres, but I live in a residential area wherever. Then we're gonna spot zone different places for different ones to go in that area because people would wanna rezone it to put that there. Does that, I don't know if I'm making sense
No,
of
no,
what
you're,
I'm
you're
saying.
making sense, and the reality of it is anyone can ask for any rezoning on their property, and so I guess the fail-safe or the catch-all would be that comes to this board.
Yeah.
And this board would make that decision, yes or no, after it's looked at, you know, all the factors surrounding and deciding if it's a good idea or not. So it wouldn't just happen, it would be something this board would have its say-so in.
But I guess my point goes back to, when we do this, instead of just picking a certain area, should we not look at it and see all the areas it needs to go in and just do the text amendment at one point? Instead of, oh, we're gonna do this time, and then somebody comes back and wants to go here or whatever. Why would we not kind of do a little more investigation and a little more looking into what areas that we should put a microbrewery or any other type of business?
Well, and if that is what the board wishes, that can certainly be what the board directs us to do. But obviously, the board still has to act on, you know, an applicant's request.
My question would be, you know, I've been to several wineries, and, you know, there's usually not very many people there, and some of them are venues, and then there'll be a crowd there once or twice a month or something. But on a microbrewery, it'll be open every day, and possibly, you know, be much more traffic than a winery. And I mean, it'll be, even though it's similar, is it the same? And is it something we need to allow anywhere where they have 3 acres and it's a rural area? So.
Well, as far as hours of operation, you know, that is not something we generally put into our ordinance.
Because
for
can't
any
you
kind
sell
of
a beer
use.
till about 2 o'clock in the morning? I mean.
That's not something that I know the answer to, honestly.
You know, my thought is looking at it, everybody's concerned about restricted residential and residential. To me, I take it that that's probably protecting some of the rural areas, because this is defining that you can't put it in restricted rural areas unless you do come back again, and it's pretty, I guess, strenuous to get a permit or get your property changed for something like that. And it would be that taking the usage and rural agriculture, light industrial, heavy industrial, those places there, is sort of protect those other areas that doesn't have it.
And I think that's a fair statement. I want the board to keep in mind that about 95% of the county's development jurisdiction is zoned residential, which is not being proposed for this.
And even the concern is, even if a person was to put a brewery in that area, to have on premises consumption is a different license than the sale. That you've got to apply through the state for different licenses, and you just can't go out and put it anywhere, like someone said, just open up a beer joint and start selling whatever. That there's license now, and it was what, last election cycle that the county voted to have off premises and on premises
May
sale.
17th of 2022.
Yeah, that it was, that the majority of the citizens in Cleveland County voted for it. I don't know what the percentage were, but, you know, I look at it as a protection for some of the other areas rather than not to have it.
As we go, a lot of people are talking about protecting our rural areas and protecting farmers. And from what I understand, microbreweries and places for people in cities to come out to the rural areas, it helps these farmers be able to make more income than they can make just in products, because farmers have a struggle just making a living. So if something like this can bolster their income, then that's the reason I think that we should do it. And this is something that's fairly new, that's not been around a long time, but we got to continually adapt to what the citizens of Cleveland County want. So I feel like that it's a good thing.
And I would like to say just one more time that, keep in mind that the rural agriculture district isn't, it may not be the greatest name for it because it's not just an agriculture district or it's not just a residential district. This is definitely a mixed use. There are several commercial uses that are already allowed in this district.
And it's basically based on the amount of property you have, the rural agriculture, correct?
The 3 acre minimum comes, if you're going to subdivide your property, you have to have at least 3 acres per piece. But if you look in the area, I mean, there are some smaller than that. But it's just if you're going to do subdivisions, that's the minimum lot size.
And anyone that is not zoned NRA, that somebody would have to get the permit to get it changed.
If they wanted to
Just like-
rezone to RA for this, they would have to come before this board.
But this has got nothing to do with where it is placed.
No, right now, this is just the text.
Unless it's already zoned for that. Anything different than the zoning of that now has to be a zoning request.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily saying that it couldn't go in rural agriculture. That wasn't my point. My point was that if we're gonna do it, why don't we do it, include whatever areas else it needs to be in, so that the next time it comes up, we're not revisiting it over and over. Just let the planning board get it to begin with.
Well, we could probably sit here for 3 nights in a row trying to figure out where's the best place to put it, and somewhere down the road, a year from now, somebody's gonna come up and say, oh, I would like to make it here, and what they are saying may make sense at the time, may not, but, there's no way to do anything that never has to be changed.
So I have some questions.
Sir.
So, walk the board through and those listening, the process to post any type of change like this. So adjoining property owners are notified?
Yes, so.
Go through the steps of that, because I have a
Absolutely.
question based on that.
Sure, it is, general statute lays out our process. And so if we receive an application, there is a 3-part process. First, it comes before this board to set the hearing. Typically, this board will set it for a month out. And then between 10 and 25 days, we are required to send mailed notice to all adjoining property owners. And depending on the case, sometimes we will broaden that and go a little bit beyond. But state law says all adjoining property owners and anyone across the street has to be notified by mail. We have to post signs on the property, and then we have to post and add in the newspaper that this hearing is happening.
So that's where my,
For a rezoning issue.
so that, I have the floor. So that's where my concern about this is from the standpoint of, I'm very familiar with this parcel and the rural agricultural district to begin with, in general. So there's a lot of parcels that are not there's nowhere close to 932 Stony Point Road that knows nothing about this. So my question is, I noticed that what the statute says, but have we done diligence enough to where those people who live north of Foster Waco that fall into this lady lives on Pinedale, that knows this change may impact their parcels because this is going in the rural agricultural district, which their property is already zoned for?
To that, I would say for us to notify everyone of a text amendment would be cost prohibitive.
Well, I get that. I'm not blaming you, but my point is that as I heard this tonight and everyone else, so I'm a little more perplexed now with this whole question, because there's a lot of parcels in the rural agricultural zoning classification north and east of Waco that doesn't know that this is being considered.
But those, if this was approved, all that would do is add a potential new use to their zoning district. It wouldn't take anything away from them.
No, if they might get a new business next door to their neighbor has 3 acres.
And that's possible, but that is the case with multiple business allowances in our zoning code.
So can you speak to where this request was from?
I could certainly let them come up and
Are they
speak.
here?
They are here? Yes, absolutely. And if that is what you would like.
Hey, I'm Phil. Wife Jill is here as well. Maybe be helpful for me to provide like some context. I know we're planning to do that next with the site plan and everything, but I guess I can answer some questions around the text
I would say
amendment.
we're gonna be probably out of line just a little bit, but I think it's probably wise that those are addressed, because
Okay.
if this doesn't pass, the next ones are relevant.
Yeah. Should I start with just what we're planning to do with the parcel in general?
Yes.
Okay. So trying to do something a little unique, so not really like similar breweries kind of around here. So we're really trying to keep the farm vibe. So our plan is to continue to operate this as a farm. My wife, Jill, is super involved in the animal rescue community. She works with a number of different rescues in and around Charlotte. Has worked with CMPD for a while, Billy's Buddies, Bunny's Buddies, Angel's Art, just to name a few. So I think one of our primary goals is to set up this parcel as first an animal rescue. So to have animals like cows, sheep, goats on property, so to continue that farm use with the property. She works with a lot of dog rescues as well. So another goal of ours is to host a lot of adoption events on property to try to kind of impact the community with a lot of things what were kind of proposed to the board tonight. So we foster dogs. She works with a bunch of rescue organizations that helps dogs get fostered and adopted. So that's another goal of ours. And I'd say the brewery is kind of secondary to that. It's really being utilized to kind of fund this rescue organization that we're trying to set up. I know the definition here, this is just kind of the widely accepted definition, I'd say, across the United States of what a microbrewery is, so that's why we kind of use it. But I'd say we have pretty modest goals with the property brewing-wise. Our business plan, we're hoping to do 500 barrels the first year, just to give everyone some context in the terms of where we're trying to start. Another thing to add is that we're not planning to distribute our beer. So this isn't going to be a brewery where we make beer and ship it out on trucks to like every Harris Teeter and gas station in and around Charlotte. We're planning to only have beers consumed on site. So, 15,000 barrels, that would obviously be great, but that would require people to take beer home. So I think a future goal of ours would be to can our beer for people to buy on site and just take home with them and put in their fridge. And then kind of the third thing that we're looking to do with the property is just set up an event space. So there's already a barn on site, and our goal would be to kind of reconfigure that a little bit and fix it up into sort of like a wedding venue type space where people can come and host wedding events on site. In terms of like parking lots, we're trying to be kind of modest with that. We're thinking just more of like a gravel area where cars can come in and out, nothing like super industrial or anything. We're really trying to keep the, the rural vibe, the, farm vibe, and the brewery itself that we propose for 10,000 square feet. We just propose that as like the max square footage. I'm not sure if that's what we're planning to do with the actual brewery itself, but the brewery itself is going to be kind of like a barn style kind of vibe. So kind of general gist of what we're proposing for the parcel itself.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions?
Just curious, because I know some of the people were comparing it like it may be like a beer bar, or I don't know what the words were they used. Do you have an idea of what hours you're thinking about opening, or what days, or, not to hold you to it, but
Yeah.
just curious.
We do. So we're trying to make this kind of similar to the wineries that you all probably visited, like Veronais sort of thing. So trying to make it more of like a family-friendly place where you can come with the kids and have a beer and they can see farm animals and visit with the cows and goats and that sort of thing. Hours of operation, we were kind of tossing around like 12 to 8 p.m. sort of thing, and being closed Monday, Tuesday, and being more of like a weekend excursion similar to like the wineries, which is why we proposed the text amendment to add into the district that wineries are in, because we're kind of trying to do the same sort of thing.
Anybody else?
Oh, one last thing, there is a house on site, so we're planning to move into the house and be residents as well for Cleveland County too.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions for Henry or anybody else? So can you put your action slide back up, Henry?
Which slide, I'm sorry, sir?
The decision slide at the back.
This one?
Yep, yes, sir, thank you. So we've held a public hearing, board, so we either approve, modify, or deny, or delay. I guess we could delay it if you have specific instructions.
I would like to modify it, if it's passed, that we put it in light industrial also. And like I say, I think it is a guard against reaching out to some of the areas, and like one of the commissioners said, it could be a hindrance to some of the areas that already is in rural agriculture, but I'll make a motion we pass the text amendment to state that it's in rural agriculture, light industrial, and heavy industrial.
Do we want
I'll
to
second.
do we want to put general business in there too, just because it would be a bit, why not? I mean, I'm just curious, why not,
You
since
can.
it's a business? I mean,
Yeah, and we'll add general business into it. Also in general business.
So the motion is add light industrial and general business.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman, can I get some clarification?
Yes. I did close the public hearing.
Are you, is the motion for the definition that the applicants proposed or that staff proposed?
Staff.
I can bring that back.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Take the staff definition.
So let me make sure in order. So your motion is to take the staff suggestions and add general business and light industrial.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll say.
Now, so we have a motion to second. What questions or discussion do we have?
Like I say, the discussion, I think that the ones that are concerned about the residential areas could be a way that to protect those general business areas, because anybody just can't go out and start it up. They have to come back for a conditional use permit or change the zoning areas to align with this text that we have. So I think it could be a favor for them.
But I am correct that, just to be sure, that if they live in a residential agriculture already, they don't have to come back, right? Correct?
And that's what he said.
If it's already RA, they just fill out a
If
permit.
the amendment passes the way that it's been proposed, if they're in RA district or general business, light industrial, heavy industrial, this would be allowable by a zoning permit by our office. We require site plans, building schematics, but it would be done by permit in our office.
Yep,
Administrative.
gotcha.
Any other questions or discussion? So, while I'm not too far from you, Johnny, I think the light industrial kind of makes sense because that's what the winery says, but I'm concerned with the general business without the planning staff and planning board researching that. Are we gonna create a bigger problem from the dais tonight? Or should we send it back to them, the board and the staff, to do the due diligence to make sure we're right before we do that?
Can we do that? Can we
I would
just
be in
send it
favor of
back?
that.
I would too.
Yeah, we can send it back. You can send it back for further.
And then that way we get it all right the first time.
Okay, if we're gonna do that, I'll
Amend.
withdraw the motion.
Well, that's the reason I was hesitant on the second. I wasn't right, real strong on the general business part of it.
So
Make a motion to send it back to staff for review for those questions.
So the motion is to send it back for staff with the points that you made.
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second for that?
Second.
There's a motion already on the table that you.
So he needs
So
to
we have
amend
to-
it. He needs to amend it.
We withdraw.
He rescinded.
So which, did you amend it or rescind it? What we do?
Or we can just vote it down if y'all feel better with that.
Yeah, whichever way you want to do it.
So you're amending your motion. you amended your motion for that, and then instead of us voting on it tonight, you're gonna send it back to the board.
Right.
Planning
Yes.
board.
Yeah. And I will second that.
Now, is there any other discussion? Can we add one more piece to this, or at least direction? Well, let's vote on it, and I'll talk about that. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, passes unanimous. So, Henry, can we make sure we reach out to the rural agricultural zoning district with, make sure, I understand we're not gonna mail them all a letter, but make sure it's properly notified in the paper or whatever else by means, social media that we have, that those areas that are in the RA district and the other ones that we're gonna add, that they know that. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can we get a clarification as to when it's to come back?
Oh, yeah, we forgot about that. So when would you want it back?
How quick?
How long would they need?
How comfortable are you that, can you turn it around in a month or 2 months? What do you feel comfortable with?
We have one meeting July 11th and one meeting August 1st.
I would say, considering the board has already heard this amendment, I would think the board could make a recommendation back to you within, at your July 11th meeting, because they'll meet at the end of June. I think so.
All right, July 11th. So Martha, you help us with this. So that brings us to the next item. So the next item was the rezoning of the property. So if we don't have a classification, so we'll have to postpone. So we need a motion to postpone the case 23-11 to July 11th
Make that
or
motion.
August the 1st.
Make that motion.
Which date?
How about August? the
Let's do
1st?
August the 1st.
August the 1st.
So I'm asking for, or requesting a motion to delay planning case 23-11 to the meeting of August the 1st.
No, I'll second.
So that's your motion. Second. All those in favor, any questions or discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor?
I need some clarification. Okay, so for case 2310, the board is sending that back to the planning board, and the planning board will bring it back to you at the July 11th.
That's correct.
Case 2311, for rezoning the property, you want it to come back to you at the August 1st meeting.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That way, if we have more questions on the first one, we don't have these people coming back. Give us time to get it correct before they come back.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or discussion on the postponement of case 23-11? I hear none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. All right, that carries unanimous to postpone that. Next item on the agenda is case 23-12. This is also a public hearing it's a request to rezone parcels at 111 Queso Drive from restricted residential to residential.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So case 2312 is from Steve McSwain, and he's requesting to rezone several parcels. It is 5758, 5788, 46026, 46027, and 52428, containing around 38 acres from restricted residential to residential. So the current zoning district, as you stated, is restricted residential, which allows mainly for single-family dwellings like stick-built homes and modular homes. And there's a couple of other things like schools, churches. And the requested zoning district is residential. And the main difference between those two districts is that manufactured housing is allowed like single wides and double wides. And so that current district, this is what they're asking for. And these parcels are a little bit south of Earl. And if the board wants, I can certainly pull up a GIS if you would like me to do that at some point. And you can see here on the map, they're a little bit south of, the town of Earl is a circle right above here on the top of the picture. And this is between Crow Road and Bettis Road, and Kelso Road runs kind of right in between it. And these 5 parcels are all owned by Mr. McSwain. And so as you can see, the zoning district, mostly to the south, is restricted residential, and then kind of east and west, you've got residential, which is the white. And then, of course, in the town of Earl, you've got mostly restricted residential there as well. So I brought up a aerial image. This property is fairly vacant. Mr. McSwain's house is on it, and there are a few manufactured homes down here near Bettis Road. The land use plan calls this our secondary growth area, and secondary growth looks at at residential uses as they can be either in tight-knit neighborhoods, or you can have residential uses on larger tracts of land. And so the land use plan supports either one of these zoning districts, so either decision the board makes would be supported by the land use plan. The planning board reviewed this rezoning request, and they heard from the petitioner but did not have anyone else show up that had been notified. And the board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the rezoning request, citing both conformity with the land use plan and that it was compatible with the surrounding area. Mr. Chair, just like in the last case, you'll hold a public hearing and then you'll make your decision.
Thanks, sir.
Absolutely.
All right, so board, do any of you have any questions for Henry before we open the public hearing?
I do. Did he indicate any indication of what he wanted to do with the property? For example, he could go back and rezone it down. If we rezone it, he could subdivide it and put trailers in it, do the whole works. Is that correct?
So
Couldn't he?
he
survey
could,
it all,
he could
different
subdivide
parcels
that.
and wind up with a trailer park.
Well, but let me clarify that, because manufactured home parks are not allowed in residential zoning district or restricted residential. They're only allowed in the residential manufactured homes and parks district. So to your
But
question.
I'm talking about, he could survey off acre per acre per acre. In residential, you can put a mobile home on
He
that
certainly could, and at a certain point, once you've hit more than 4, you have to start paving the roads and you're developing more of a neighborhood. But keep in mind that in the restricted residential, he could still subdivide off as many parcels as he could if it's rezoned.
Put mobile homes on.
Sure, but the density of housing that would be put out there, it will not change. He could put just as many in restricted residential as in residential, but your point is well taken.
Any other questions before we open the public hearing?
Has he already been approved?
Not yet, ma'am. Just hang tight. Just one second. Any other questions from the board before we open the public hearing? All right, hearing none. At this time, we'll open the public hearing for case number 23-12. This is a request to rezone parcels at 111 is it Queso? How you say that? Kelso. That's what I thought. Kelso Drive from restricted residential to residential. Anyone wishing to speak for or against planning case 23-12, please come forward and state your name and address.
I am Jane Putman. I have property on Bettis Road, which joins this property. I'm all for putting mobile homes or something like that, but they did have a thing that had motorcycles, bike things there. It made no ways for, will that eliminate something like that?
Henry, you want to speak to that?
Yes, can you let me know the question again? Sorry. What was your question?
In the past, they've been having, it wasn't motorcycles, but something, a trail bike that makes noises many hours. People come there, I don't know if they pay or if they just do it, and our property joins one here.
Sure. And so if that was being done as a business use, that's something we'd have to explore further, because it's not allowable use in either one of those zoning districts. If it's something they're doing just as it's in their yard and it's their bike and they're just riding around, that's not something we regulate.
Well, it's other people coming in, you know, with just a trail bike or something, and he has trails on it.
It would depend on if it's friends of the applicant, they're just there riding, that's not something we would regulate. But if it's, like I said, it's a business use and he's making money off of it, that's something we would look into. But that would not be allowable in either district. This would not change that.
I mean, like I say, I'm for the homes, but not something like that, because it's very noisy and can lay down and rest while it's going on.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against case 23-12, which is a request to rezone parcel 111 Kelso Drive from restricted residential to residential? If so, please come forward and state your name and address. All right, seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Commissioners, what questions or discussion may you have on this case?
Henry, can you come back up?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I missed part of it. I had to step out a minute. Did the applicant say what his plans were? I know that it's not in stone, that it could be that way forever, but.
Sure, sure. The applicant stated to me that he wanted to put, in fact, when I first met him, he came in to get a permit to put a single wide on the property behind his for his granddaughter. And then when we informed him that it wasn't zoned correctly, that's what started this process.
How many parcels does this consist of when you only need one?
It consists of 5, and that was partly in discussion between me and the homeowner, looking at whether or not a larger tract would be less considered as a spot zone. And so in our discussions back and forth, we've agreed that he would ask for all 5. But of course, that could be modified as well. It can be made
That was
less.
to make it adjoin the 2 residential areas.
Yes,
if you did
and
the whole
that way
lot.
it's a continuation of an existing zone all the way across.
Any other questions for Henry?
Okay,
Any other-
I want to clarify one thing. I think I understand the answer to this, but I wanted to make sure. If we change this zoning to residential instead of restricted, they can put mobile homes on lots, but it cannot be a mobile home park.
Correct. This board, about 2 years ago, removed manufactured home parks out of the residential zoning district and just allow them in the residential manufactured homes and parks district. So you're correct. It could be subdivided, so many lots and homes put on, but it'd be 1 home per lot. But there is no allowance for a park.
Okay. And when they do that, they have to apply with the environmental health on septic.
Sure. It would be just like anything else that you're going to build, you'd start with, well, if they're going to do more than, any subdivision is going to come to our office first. And if it's more than 5 lots, it would go to the planning board. A major subdivision requires planning board's approval, and then they've got to go through the process of their septic permits and then on down.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Hearing, what's the pleasure of the board?
I would like to make a motion that we approve it. That way it lines up on both sides of the residential. And it doesn't seem that anybody was here that had a problem with it. And if the man wants to put a place for his granddaughter to live, I don't have a problem with it. It's his property.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion second to approve the application. Are there any other questions or discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. This time, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Next item on the agenda is the animal license repeal, first read. At this time, I'll recognize the Assistant County Manager, Ms. Carrie Melton.
Good evening, Board. I appreciate you allowing me to speak tonight. As you're all aware, licensing of dogs and cats is scheduled to take effect in Cleveland County on July 1st, 2023. Also, just wanted to remind the Board that no fees are associated with this licensing program. During budget discussions, several areas of concerns were identified from staff. Some of those are including information already acquired through the rabies program. So when people do get their rabies tags, they fill out that information, which is sent to Animal Services, and that information is already being received by Animal Services. Duplication of information, should we go with the approach of the licensing program through the company that had been scheduled to be used, there would be duplication of efforts. So the information would be put into the licensing system, which is a separate software, but then also would need to be put into the Animal Services software also, so officers, when they're in the field, don't have to look in 2 places. And it would be basically duplicating that effort. As a reminder, first year cost of licensing is estimated to be approximately $70,000. Where we came up with that number, we are estimating there are approximately 40,000 dogs and cats in Cleveland County, of which 12,000 dogs and cats are vaccinated annually. So with the fees associated with that, the first year cost we're expecting to be $70,000, and that would increase as more animals obviously were brought onto the program. The last area of concern that we identified was the requiring, this could require, obviously, if we were to put this ordinance in place, we also would need to enforce the ordinance. So the other area of concern that we identified was additional resources that would be required for enforcement of this ordinance. So I bring before the board tonight a potential of rescinding the animal services licensing ordinance, like I said, which was scheduled to take effect July of this year. A copy of the changes were included in your packet. And just so you're aware, if the ordinance may be passed at the meeting at which it is first introduced by receiving approval of all members of the Board of Commissioners. If not approved by a unanimous vote of the Board of Commissioners upon first reading, this ordinance may be adopted anytime within 100 days of its introduction upon receiving a majority of the votes cast, a quorum being present. So that's what I bring before you tonight.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So at this time, we'll open the public hearing. So anyone wishing to speak for or against the repeal of the animal license, please come forward and state your name and address.
Allison Beal, 1731 Pondale Road, Cherryville. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Gordon, Commissioner Bridges, Commissioner Harden, Commissioner Hutchins, and Commissioner Wetstein. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to express some concerns we have about the status of animal welfare in our county. My name is Allison Still, and I serve as the Director and current President for Association for the Welfare of Animals. I'm speaking to you tonight in that capacity, but will add that these are also my personal views, so please count them twice. Present tonight from our organization are also our officers, Sherry Crowder, Vice President, Betty Buff, Secretary, Jerry Glover, Treasurer. Our other director is also in attendance, Dr. B.J. Zamora. We would like to make it known here that we will continue, as we always have, to make ourselves available for dialogue and reference to animal concerns in this county. As we prepared for what we thought was to be what you classify as a citizen recognition, we discovered 5 days ago that this was in fact, citizen recognition or not, a hearing to repeal pet licensing ordinance. A caller to our organization made us aware of the public notice for this hearing printed in the Star, to which many of us do not subscribe. As a matter of fact, in less than a week's time, we have collected some pretty shocking information. 5 days ago, as we referred to Municode for an updated printout of the ordinances in question so that we could be up to date in what we presented, we discovered that the ordinances referred to tonight for repeal could not be found on the Cleveland County website or Municode for the public to review. In fact, several items in Article 7, Section 3136 and Article 7, Section 3137 have been omitted and replaced with the word reserved. Additionally, Article 7, Sections 138 through 140 have been completely omitted and reworded or labeled reserved with no additional wording or explanation. And according to the public announcement in the Star, these are the very sections for which this hearing is being held. How might the public offer their thoughts on these items at a hearing if they are denied the information? Since our organization has been represented on each of the animal advisory boards that has worked on these items, we have copies of the changes that have been recommended by those boards and then voted on and accepted by your board, our Board of Commissioners. Oddly, though really not so oddly, once approved, those particular ordinances were shelved and simply not enforced or used. As we have had the current thought process of licensing explained to us in recent meetings with County Manager and Animal Services Director, it's quite apparently a useless bit of attempted legislation. As was just brought out, the purpose of, or it would be not be cost effective. The purpose of the original, which was set to take effect, to our knowledge, on January 1st of this year, it was to curb the overpopulation of unwanted animals in this county. What we have heard most recently would be a waste of ink and totally ineffective other than to increase the necessary county budget for animal services. So we have no problem with the repeal of the licensing ordinance as it has been reworded. We do, however, see it as problematic to repeal the original version, and here's why. On behalf of our organization, but also on behalf of the animals we all live with and are supposed to be caring for, I am not capable of accurately describing to you the extreme disappointment, frustration and dissatisfaction that we feel as we once again come before a group to try to impress upon them the importance and the duty to raise the status of animals in our county. Over the years, we have met repeatedly with county overseers of animal control, county managers, Cleveland County Health Department, Animal Control and Animal Services directors, and assistant directors to express our concerns. We have presented to this body. Our organization has participated on every single animal advisory board that's been established for the purpose of improving the lives of animals here, and each time we have walked away at their disbandment with a feeling of relief and satisfaction, only to discover later that the thought, work, time, and effort put into those meetings has been for naught. Ordinances have been improved, but then put away and not upheld or enforced. Changes have been made only to have them ignored. Over the past 30 to 35 years, as we have worked nonstop, diligently, and without pay, we have witnessed the end result of some of the most atrocious treatment of animals imaginable. Our organization states as our purpose the relief of suffering among animals, and to that end, we have the knowledge and the experience to report that the only way to accomplish that end is to spay and neuter animals, and as many as possible, and to prosecute the crime of animal abuse and neglect. Article 7, Sections 3, 136 through 140 of our Cleveland County ordinances was a carefully constructed plan to encourage spaying and neutering of pets. In its original form, it should not be repealed, but rather enforced.
Jerry Glover, 123 Andrews Drive, Grover.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Gordon, Commissioner Bridges, Commissioner Harden, Commissioner Hutchins, and Commissioner Wetstein. I am Jerry Glover, and I serve as Director and Treasurer for the Association of Welfare of Animals, and I'm speaking to you tonight in that capacity. We have been assisting with and spaying and neutering animals since our 501c3 designation in the year 2000. We've provided assistance of the same sort prior to 2000 while volunteering with a different animal welfare organization. To our knowledge, we are currently the only organization offering low-cost options to the public for spay-neuter surgeries in this county. And over the years, we have assisted with over 2,000 surgeries, including those of community and feral cats. Our Neuter for Life draft operates monthly and offers even lower rates at times to folks with pit bulls or pit bull mixes breeds, because we know that is the predominantly that breed that is housed at animal services facilities on Airport Road. As we have continued to subsidize the surgeries ourselves, we have witnessed 2 other similar low-cost programs disintegrate, one of which was offered by Cleveland County Animal Services. And in spite of our work, innumerable unwanted and vulnerable animals continue to enter the world right here in Cleveland County. It's like witnessing the sands of an hourglass simply pour into another hourglass. In reference to the other way to relieve suffering among animals, we are incapacitated. We do not have the legal power, nor do we have the resources to patrol the communities in Cleveland County to bring that kind of relief. We are an all-volunteer organization and receive no government funding of any kind from any government entity. We are supported financially strictly by donations from kind and compassionate supporters and fundraisers that we hold each year. Our work is done by a crew of like-minded volunteers who receive no compensation for the time and work that they contribute to help us help the animals. That being said, when we formed back in 1999, it was our dream, if an organization can have a dream, if an organization can have a dream, to hire a full-time animal cruelty investigating officer, a sworn officer who not only had the desire to see justice for animals done, but also the qualifications to accomplish that. Over the past 24 years, we have not been able to raise enough money to support that salary. But we have spayed, neutered, provided emergency vet care and physical needs for the countless animals and owners in need. Just last year, we spent over $11,000 in vet bills for folks unable to afford emergency treatment and surgery. In addition to that, in addition to the thousands spent to provide our own subsidy for our own spay-neuter program. Each year, we also build, with the help of many others, including Animal Services, upwards of 25 dog houses that we grant to Animal Services to place where they see the need. As salaried employee, it is beyond our capability at present. We completely understand that the need for this cause in this county are enormous. The answer to the problem will not be found at 1609 Airport Road. There lies the result of the problem, not enough spay-neuter, which the ordinance you wish to repeal would address. We understand that change takes time, and although change has occurred, but not the number of animals born continues to exceed the number of good homes for animals. And incidents of abuse and neglect are far more commonplace than good society should allow. Why can't those who burn animals alive be prosecuted? Why can't those who allow animals to starve to death at the end of chains in the backyards of homes that they are inhabited be charged and brought to justice? Why can't people be held accountable when they move from one home to another and leave live animals behind, never intending to return for them, but rather wash their hands of the responsibility, leaving the animal to die from the lack of food, water, and or medical attention? Why? This is barbaric activity. We should be better than this. We totally understand that people must be paid to do the kind of work that it would take to elevate the status of animals in this county. We totally understand that it takes money to make the changes that need to be made for real improvement in animal welfare to take place here. But it is our contention that it is time for that to happen. It is actually past time. And to throw out or repeal the original tiered licensing ordinance that would no doubt encourage spaying and neutering and also raise the status of animals in our community is a grave mistake. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Name and
Commissioner
address,
Gordon,
ma'am. Name and address?
Oh. Sherry Crowder, 1208 New Crest Lane, Shelby.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry. I'll start again. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Gordon, Commissioner Bridges, Commissioner Harden, Commissioner Hutchins, and Commissioner Wetstein. I am Sherry Crowder, and I serve as Director and Vice President for the Association for the Welfare of Animals, and I am speaking to you in that capacity tonight. When we see a neglected and or unwanted animal tied out in a yard without proper shelter or water or shade from the impending hot weather, and animals whose suffering could have been prevented by spaying or neutering the adult animals that created it, we want to make the changes necessary to save that animal from a miserable life. We know what this takes, but we are not empowered legally to act, and we shouldn't have to be. This county has an animal services department that should be able to handle that and make a change for the life of that animal. When we see communities overrun with neglected cats that the residents in many cases are trying their best to care for, we can only do so much. The residents did not adopt the cats. The cats have been there reproducing for years uncontrollably. In many cases, they are diseased and suffering. We tend to as many as we can through our own Born-Free Feline Trap, Neuter, and Return program, but our funds are not limitless. We submit to you a request to examine the budget for this county and focus more of it towards animal services. The facility on Airport Road is in dire need of physical improvement. The TNR program should be going actively and should specifically address community and feral cats. That should also be included in the budget in a way that affects some tangible results. And the human dregs of this county that commit acts of violence and neglect against animals should be held accountable. Unless these things take place in a very visible way, and you uphold the original Article 7, Section 1, 136 through 140, or you invent another, better incentive to spay and neuter, our work will never subside. The facility on Airport Road will never be able to catch up with the need of intake, and our county will continue to carry a reputation of barbaric treatment of animals. And we find not only appalling, but we find it shameful and inexcusable. We earnestly ask that this not be an elusive exercise for this panel. The final decision rests with you. Please make choices that will render some positive developments for animals. Why would anyone here believe that their idea to repeal an ordinance that was created by a panel of veterinarians, hunters, breeders, animal services, and animal welfare proponents would be a good start to positive change for animals in this county? Repealing the original Article 7, Sections 3, 136 through 140 would exemplify to all who care about animals what your intentions are in regard to animal welfare. And there are many of us who care. Puppies and kittens, like these grains of sand, too many to count, will continue to pour into the facility on Airport Road without more of an effort to spay and neuter. Repeal Article 7, Section 3, 136 through 140. What is your plan to curb these numbers and the misery they just endure? Regards. Thank you.
It's me again. You need my address again? BJ Zamora, 504 Country Club Acres, Shelby.
Thank you.
Thanks. Gentlemen, I understand that you, the county commissioners, are considering or have already decided to eliminate specific components of your own legal document, Cleveland County Ordinances, Animal Control Chapter 3. Will you also excuse people from paying their property taxes or fees for other services? Why should the requirement that residents of this county not pay fees for and register their cats and dogs? We are a county with a long, unhappy history of horrific examples of animal abuse and rabies infections. Requirements currently to vaccinate cats and dogs, and ferrets, by the way, should remain both on the books of these ordinances, and they should be actively enforced. Article 4 begins, "It shall be unlawful for any person to keep or harbor or have in his custody or control for longer than 3 days a dog, cat, or ferret 4 months or older unless such dog, cat, or ferret has received an animal rabies vaccine." Why is this not being enforced? Why are there not multiple free or cheap rabies vaccination clinics, especially since the county has now hired a full-time vet? Animal control is supposedly not receiving any more animals for reasons that are not clearly explained. So cannot our new vet vaccinate not just the animals held in the kennels, but also the animals of the many residents of the county who have not yet protected them from rabies? And again, Article 4's Section 3-82 states that you, the Board of Commissioners, has adopted a fee schedule for this chapter that was approved and adopted, according to the document, on April 6, 1999, and is kept for public inspection in the office of the clerk of the board and the county animal shelter. Yet when I asked the clerk, I was told there's no record of any such fee schedule or enforcement. Where, pray tell, is the county fee schedule? What is the reason for non-compliance of your own laws? Many of us are here tonight to ask you to simply obey your own rules and regulations, and that you insist that all of your appointed officers who work in animal services follow these important ordinances to benefit all the animals we know often need both your help and ours. As a volunteer with AWA, the Association for the Welfare of Animals, I have witnessed multiple times the terrible cruelties helpless dogs and cats suffer. Much of that pain and suffering can be reduced simply by adhering to your own ordinances. There are far too many unwanted pets because of your inability or your refusal to commit to your own approved ordinances in Articles 4 and 7. The simplest and easiest solution to unwanted and unexpected animals is an active and supported spay and neuter program. We volunteer organizations cannot continue to carry the entire burden of addressing this problem. In addition, Article 4, Section 3-82B states animal owners desiring to keep their animal in an unaltered state must pay differential fees pursuant to the fee schedule adopted as specified in subsection A. As I understand it, and based on my memories of that commission meeting back in 1999, the fee was an amount that encouraged animal owners to consider spay and neuter as a good investment in their pet's health. I realize that there are residents of our county who do not wish to pay the fees specifically referred to in Chapter 3 on animal control, especially those addressed in Articles 4 and 7 concerning rabies vaccinations and pet registrations and spay and neuter. I personally don't like paying fees either for license plates, car registrations, and other charges. But my husband and I pay them because we strive to be good citizens. These ordinances we are discussing tonight, I hope, are designed and shall be enforced so with that same desire to be part of a better society that protects the least among us. I also trust that in addition to approving and supporting the already legal ordinances, you will ensure that the funds collected from all fees and fines addressed here will be used to hire and pay for better trained and educated animal control officers and staff, as well as many more efforts to find forever homes for the lost and abandoned animals that end up in our county animal services. Please, I beg you all, do the work you outline in these organizations, in these ordinances, and save the lives of abused and neglected animal residents of Cleveland County.
Anyone else wish?
Just one more. Ginger Bullock, 119 Laurel Ridge Drive, Cherryville. I'll try to shortcut it. First of all, I want to make sure that everybody knows what pet licensure is. It's when a county or a municipality mandates each dog and cat is issued a license, usually with a minimal fee. The information collected at that time of licensure is owner's name, address, telephone number, dog's name, dog's description, dog or cat, the breed, the sex, the color, special markings, and any medical information, severe medical information, and the rabies vaccination date. It is renewed yearly or every 3 years, depending on the rabies vaccination that it had. Fees vary in most North Carolina counties, and yes, there are some in North Carolina counties very close to us. Fees vary, but usually a dog or cat that is spayed or neutered, the range is $7 to $15 for an altered animal, and an unaltered animal, meaning not spayed or not neutered, is somewhere between $30 and $35. I think that's a reasonable fee. Mecklenburg County, Pineville, Gaston County, Spartanburg County, and other counties just near us have this licensure. I'm from Mecklenburg County originally. We had it, and it works great. Now, I did some calculations. I had to recalculate based on your numbers. I do think they're a little low, but that doesn't matter because nobody knows because nobody has licenses. So who knows how many animals are out there. I'll go with the 40,000. Say of 40,000 animals, cats and dogs, 75 are altered. I don't really think that many, but 75% are altered. At that rate, you would get $300,000. If 25% of the 40,000 animals were unaltered, you would get $320,000 for a total of $620,000. Revenue. I love the word revenue. Income to the county. You say you need money, you say you need funds to help animal shelter, to help all of these things. There's a way to get the money. And I also have a way to have seed money to get it started. She said it costs $70,000 to get it started. The seed money would be the $65,000 that you have in your budget currently for spay and neuter. You don't need that anymore since you now have a vet that can handle that. So there's $65,000 that could be rebudgeted. Of course, it won't be easy to get this program going. Nothing good is ever easy. First, you must choose the best company and platform to implement this program. And you must also check your software that you're using at the shelter, because if it's double doing, maybe there's some way to change the software at the shelter. It takes planning and hiring the right people and explaining why this is needed and how it will benefit the community. It will enrich the services of this community. You can provide things like staff training, community education, student education in the schools, animal safety training, more officers to help with animal issues. And most of all, these funds could also support a desperately needed low-cost spay and neuter and basic vetting clinic. We need that so badly. Other counties right near us have it. Why can't we have it? With the 3 rescues I work with, I do work with AWA, I do work with Clippers, and I do work with Hope's Chest. We're sending $2,000 out of the county every week for spay and neuter, just on those little things, and probably a lot more. Money going out of the county that could be right here. Spay and neuter is the only way to stop the suffering and abuse of unwanted animals here and everywhere. So why license? It provides tremendous amounts of data that can help you track problems and find opportunities to help citizens. It proves animals have properly been vaccinated, a better chance of animals being returned if lost. They'll have a little tag or a microchip, really simple, and a lot more information than you would have at animal control from the rabies tags. Most importantly, it supports our local animal services. I had some good stuff too, but I'll skip all that. I implore you to not repeal the licensure. It won't help anything. It will only hurt. Here is a good thing. I'm going to end with it even in my time's up. While researching all of this, I read an article from the Lincoln Herald. It wasn't the best article about their shelter, but it turned out good in the end. In the end, it said, "It's easy to find fault, perhaps sometimes appropriate. We all make mistakes. What we need now is to move on from recognizing problems to working on solutions. Please listen to the community, all of it. Let's work together in finding solutions." Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against the repeal?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Come on up.
Cindy Bailey, 2546 Shoal Creek Church Road. And I'm here. I didn't know this was going to be talked about tonight, but I'm going to give you a pet owner's view here. All these people are giving you all these administrative stuff going on here, okay? So I'm going to start by telling you, I have a dog. He's a domestic dog. I've had a dog all these years, but now I'm a cat owner, but not by choice, but because they started coming into my yard, or actually I attained them when I moved to this house. So now I thought, oh, I only have like 4 cats, 5 maybe, okay, last year. And now, like 3 cats have had kittens, and now I've got like 16 cats at my house. Okay, so I recently learned about the spay and neuter program, which of course is great, right? So I can try to keep my stuff under control and everything. But a lot of other stuff I heard here tonight, okay? Some of the stuff I heard, like she was talking about the spay and neuter program, okay, so I know my cats, when I catch them, they're going to go to Spartanburg or they're going to go to Hickory. Twice a week they take a cat, one to Hickory, one to Spartanburg, okay, every week. Now it's just going to be changed to Wednesdays. But a lot of other stuff I heard too is like, let's talk about the cost. Okay, $7, $35. Oh, that doesn't sound like a lot of money for pet owners to pay. But I got 16 cats. What if I had to go pay for that? Well, you know what? When you go to the vet, it's not just $7 or $35. You know, the whole visit turns out to be $200. As a matter of fact, while I was there with my dog to get her annual exam, somebody came with new puppies. She had 10 puppies, and she walked away because it was going to cost her $200 for each puppy. Okay? So I would say I'm probably for repealing the licensure. Everybody should be responsible and accountable for themselves. But in that, let's not forget, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And so guess what? Abuse is in the eye of the beholder too. So, not all my cats are spayed or neutered yet. They don't all have their rabies shots yet. My gosh, am I mistreating my animals? My cats are outdoor cats. Heaven forbid they will not come into my house, okay? Because I don't want cats in my house. Does that mean I'm abusing them because I'm leaving them outside to fend for themselves in the rain? And, they learn to do that. I don't think that's abuse. Now, if you got somebody hitting at their dog or their cat all the time, that's abuse. Everybody has a different purpose for their animal. Not everybody thinks that their animal has to be domesticated and in the house and sitting on their lap and cuddly holding them, okay? So I just want to make sure, I want you guys to consider these things. Not, I'm not rich, but I'm not poor either, but think about all these people who do have less money than me that have these animals. They can't afford to do all that stuff. Please, don't make criminals out of our residents and people who are pet owners. And I think maybe I said it all. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, all of you. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against the repeal of the animal?
Dina Kristen, 215 Eagle Cove Drive.
Thank you.
I've never been to a county board meeting, so now that I know how this works, I'd just like to add a little bit, if I may, and speak more casually than what I had prepared before. Like I said, I'm new here, and I'm not associated with any of these groups. I have briefly talked to a few people because I've been so horrified by the environment here. But just to give you an idea of what I've experienced as a new person here, I came from an area that I left intentionally because my taxpayers were paying for communities that didn't want to fund law and order and that didn't value life. And due to those, as well as other reasons, my husband and I chose to relocate to Cleveland County, North Carolina. We came in kind of blind. We liked the weather too. But of all of the things that I expected to change in my life, this was not one of them. This has consumed me since being here. We both retire in a couple years, and I'm gonna have all kinds of time to dedicate to this. I have not ever worked for an animal rescue organization. I've never been involved in animal rescue. My dogs are rescued, but I've never been involved. But in the last 2 weeks, I've had a dog living in my neighborhood who had puppies. I had a dog about 2 or 3 days ago that was hit by a car going through my neighborhood. And there was a girl on Facebook trying to give away her 2 puppies that she had just acquired, and she said she was gonna take them to the pound. Everyone ripped into her on Facebook. And so I messaged her and I said, I will pay to get those dogs fixed, and I will pay to get, so I am paying to get the dogs fixed. I already got them vaccinated. I'm getting them dewormed, and I'm getting them chipped. So that's my money. Well, now I just found out last night, her neighbor's dog got loose and went into her yard and attacked one of those dogs that I'm paying for all of that stuff to be cared for those dogs. And I think she called the AWA. That's what she told me. But I'm in my 50s. I've rescued 1 dog off the road in my entire life, which we didn't keep. But I've probably seen 15 dogs that I could have rescued since moving here, never mind all of the puppies on Facebook. This is not normal. I don't understand this. I don't know if everyone has, I know there's a lot of people who don't like it either, a lot of people who are working very hard to end it, but I don't know if everyone else in this community just has lived in this environment all their lives, but I just don't get it. It's just unbelievable to me that it's tolerated in a community that I was hoping, valued law and order and life, that this is the way these animals are being treated. I don't really know what else to say. I can't tell you how much it has impacted me. Like I said, I've never been to a county board meeting. I've been to school board meetings, but I've never been to a county board meeting because I never had anything that bothered me this much in my life that I cared enough to speak about. So it's just, I don't get it. I hope you guys will consider, 1, not repealing that, 2, having a fee to help fund it, and also the understanding that the costs are there, yes, but just like defunding the police, if you don't fund things, it won't solve problems. And the costs that will be saved, whether it be their time, my personal money, donations from all the people who support these organizations, as well as bills associated with the problems due to all the loose dogs, that money will eventually be saved, and some of it will be donated to you and some of it will be saved in the community, or maybe it'll deter people from leaving the community and taking their tax dollars with them because they're so disgusted by living in this environment. So I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but this keeps me up at night. That's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against the repeal of the animal licensing, please come forward and state your name.
Can the same person speak twice?
Anyone else? All right, hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Commissioners, what questions do you have, or any discussion?
Can Carrie come back up and see if she knows the answers in
Yes.
case I'm wrong? We are in the process, but it's not done yet, of switching software to Chameleon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Am I correct in that Chameleon, once it's implemented, there will be no duplication if we go to a licensing fee?
If we
go to that once it's in there.
Chameleon does have a licensing part of their program, the answer is yes.
And the particular company that was selected, was selected by a director that is no longer here.
That is correct.
So that may not be our best choice.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to get that across. So even if we repeal it tonight with no fees, it doesn't mean it's going to just disappear and that it cannot come back at some, and a better, when we have Chameleon, when we don't have duplications, and when we find the company that is correct, it could be back. Am I correct?
Like I said, there is a module for that, certainly, that we can use through Chameleon, yes.
And I would say this, and it's kind of off from the commissioner part, but everybody knows that I'm involved with the rescue. I know how bad it is. We have 147 dogs in our rescue right now. I mean, everybody's doubled and tripled up, so I get it. Our vice president actually does by herself the community cat program for the shelter. And she does a phenomenal job. She did over 800 cats by herself last year. And if she had 2 people, she could have probably done 1,600. I mean, I know it's that bad. It's a good service, it's free. We could expand on it by all means, because I know that was brought up too. I'm not saying I want to see it go away. I see the point in what the money can bring. I also know the other thing that I think is very component for this to work is, in my opinion, is to go back to when we used to do the rabies clinics at all the high schools. I know I volunteered when I first got into rescue at the one in Burns, and there was over 1,000 rabies vaccinations given that one Saturday.
That is something that is going to be happening in Cleveland County in the very near future.
And that protected our community. Plus, that would also get this in the chameleon program when it comes.
That's
but
correct.
I don't see the point in the county spending the money and not charging people. I mean, I don't see how that's going to help fund anything in that aspect. That's pretty much what I got.
Anyone else?
Okay, so according to the way it's written, what we're repealing, if we don't repeal it, we implement it, but there's no fees attached. Yeah.
So if you remember, the board in October of '22 took the part out that had the fees associated with it. And then in December of '22, you then had moved the implementation from January to July, but it was in October of '22 that those fees were taken out of the program.
And one other thing, just for clarification of the people that talked, because I was on that side in 1999, that particular licensing was taken out a long time ago, correct?
That's correct.
I don't even remember when, but I mean, I remember when it was taken out.
Yeah, I
So
don't
it's
know
two-
the exact year.
Yeah, it's 2 different actual licensing.
That's
that come
correct.
about.
I think that came about when the animal control was under the health department, and the director of the landfill had the committee and came up with all these restrictions or laws or fees and whatever, and the health department approved them. And then when the county took over the health department, I think that they were put aside somewhere and wasn't
Yeah, I think it kept
activated.
being,
Yeah.
it never got
Yeah.
activated
Yeah, it
from
never
the
got
time it started,
activated.
from what I remember.
But his idea was that they were gonna let the pet owners support the animal shelter completely. And he crafted the laws and ordinance to try to do that. And it didn't work out because most of the pet owners and people in the county could not afford some of the things he was talking about.
Anything else?
Yeah, and again, I will say, I do see a need for it with the fee, but I don't see a need for what we're looking at right now.
Plus, we'll be spending $70,000 and doing a duplication.
That's correct. And the 70,000 would be based on what we would have to pay the company to per license. So that's where that number's coming from.
And one other thing, if we are starting the rabies clinics, those vaccines could go immediately into chameleon, and we would have more people with rabies vaccines that would be registered and have to, I mean, I would assume, even if we're doing a free rabies clinic, if we have some sort of fee implemented, they would pay it at that point. You know,
Typically, the licensing goes along with
the
when
rabies.
with the rabies, yeah.
Yeah,
That's,
so-
that's the most convenient time to do it.
If this is only going to cost taxpayers money and not bring anything in to help the pet situation. And the pet owners are not paying, any more than someone that don't have pet. And I'd recommend that we repeal this.
Recommend or is that a motion?
I'll make a motion that we repeal.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second to repeal the current version of the animal licensing ordinance. Are there any other questions or discussion?
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
I would also say that it is, if we ever get to the point where there are fees, it's only gonna be as good as the people running the program. So we need to make sure we have the right people doing the right things, or it would just be another waste.
Anyone else? All right, hearing none, I'll call the question, so all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries unanimous, so will not have to be heard a second time, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, next item on the agenda is public hearing on the 2023-2024 budget. At this time, I'll recognize our Animal County Manager, Mr. Carpenter. Todd, if you don't mind, or Mr. Carpenter, if you don't mind, we'll stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Sounds good. forecast budgeted revenues and expenditures while maintaining outstanding service delivery to the citizens of Cleveland County. Strategic investments toward the funding of our capital projects, education, public safety, health, and quality of life are included in this budget. The budget includes 7 new positions and a 5% cost of living adjustment for our most valued asset, the employees of our organization. Each of these strategic investments contributes to the quality of life enjoyed by our citizens. Today, we are experiencing growth in our population, property tax, sales tax, jobs, housing, and industry. We are being diligent in our efforts to bring new business to our community and to encourage new investment from our well-established businesses. It is the Board of Commissioners' vision to deliver outstanding service to our citizens, hence the theme of the budget. We are using a data-driven approach and ambitious policies to deliver on the vision and implementation of the Commissioner's strategic plan. Department leaders and employees identify with this vision through a focus on providing a high level of customer service and our organization's purpose, making our community better. The leadership of our board, the commitment and knowledge of our employee base, and the desire to continuously improve as an organization makes us a resilient government, one that is fiscally responsible and dedicated to improving our community and creating a better life for the residents of Cleveland County. The budget was presented in its entirety to you 3 weeks ago. I've tried to answer all the questions you brought before me. They were all great questions. I think we've had good discussion. I'm happy to answer any additional questions. But staff's recommendation to the board tonight is that you do approve the FY24 budget as presented.
All right, thank you, sir. Board, before we open the public hearing, are there any questions for Todd?
Don't have a question, got a comment. I know you come in the last minute. You and the staff picked up, done a super job in bringing the budget together and closed out with no tax increase and meeting all our expectations. And I want to personally thank you and your staff for all they've done.
Thank you, sir. Yes, and I would like to thank staff too, because without the staff, I could not have done this by myself.
I'd echo the same thing. Thank you for all your dedication, work that you've done, you and the staff as well. Especially you had to get up to speed in a very short time, and we greatly appreciate that. Anything else? All right. If you would stand by in case something comes up. With that, at this time, I'll open the public hearing for the fiscal year 24 budget. Anyone wishing to speak for or against the fiscal year 24 county budget, please come forward. The county manager's recommended budget, please come forward and state your name and address. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions? If not, I'll ask for a motion to approve, deny, or modify the fiscal year 24 budget, recommended county manager's budget.
For no discussion, I make a motion we accept the budget as is presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Anybody, those opposed will say no. All right, motion carries unanimous. Thank you, thank you, sir, and staff for, again, for all your work and, preparing and getting us ready for the fiscal year 24 budget cycle. With that, next item on the agenda is a closed session. Closed session in, per North Carolina General Statutes 143, 318, 11. Subsection A4, to discuss economic development matters related to a location or expansion of industry or other businesses in the area served by Cleveland County, include an agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered by the county in negotiations. With that, I entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The board is now in
everybody.
Looks like everybody's back. First, I'll ask for a motion to go back into open session.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Deb, motion. Doug, second. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, we're back. Let the record show we're back in open session. During the closed session, the board took action under 143, 318, 11A4 regarding an economic development matter and gave direction to staff. With that, next item is any comments or questions, or any comments or reports from the commissioners? None?
I have.
Okay.
Hey, we're here this late. so
No,
what's the
I'm ready.
difference?
I'm waiting. I'm ready. What we got?
Hey, we sponsored the farmer's market in Kings Mountain. I want to report Saturday, they had a very good turnout. I went up to it, and surprising, the mayor spoke and took credit for it.
We'll send him a bill.
Yeah, send him a bill. I let him know I didn't like it. They didn't give me a chance to speak, so I let him know the same was.
Anybody else have anything to report? Any staff have anything to report?
No, sir.
All right, hearing that, make a note in recognition that the Cleveland County Board of Commissioners will meet next on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, here in the Commissioner Chambers, beginning at 6 p.m. With that, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Well, do we want to adjourn or just stay for breakfast?
I'm going home, so.
So moved down here.
We have a motion. Is there a second?